Organization of a symposium is a humble attempt to unify professionals engaged in wildlife conservation for a common platform and facilitate discussion and experience training for the benefit of the noble cause of wildlife conservation. The ongoing pandemic not only benefits the movement of the general public, but as affected learning and education initiatives at all levels. The CZA New Delhi and Bangalore Public Florida International Zoological Park, Nagpur, along with FDCM and Nagpur, have collaborated to unify participants to the organizing of the symposium. The symposium has been divided into four sessions. First one, management of captive Felid. Second on health management and observation in large captive Felid. Third on conservation management and forensic investigation in large Felid. And the last on rescue rehabilitation in large Felid. The symposium has received great response despite the pandemic and restrictions on the movement of masses. We also see the symposium as a platform to help appreciate the virtuous work of various individuals and institutions engaged in conservation of large fields. I congratulate the CZA New Delhi for a novel initiative like this, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for giving key and active to the park and create like for the inaugural session, we have been graced by Honorable Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra Ecological Sciences University, Colonel Dr. Azadi, and request Dr. Director, and then expert to felicitate and professors. Thank you, sir. We have honorable Dr. Mary, who has joined us online for this novel session. We are from the organizers and welcome and its present for this symposium. We also have Dr. Bharat Singh Hada, conservator of forest, Nagpur. Dr. Hada has recently taken over the charge of GCM Nagpur, and it is our honor to have him as the chair for this inaugural session. I request Dr. Mahotsav, Deputy Director, WRTC Nagpur, to felicitate sir. Thank you, sir. We are fortunate to have Dr. Sir, Director, Wildlife Research and Training Center, for this ceremony. I request the Lego Rainforest Officer Guruvara to felicitate the Director. Thank you, sir. We also welcome the Division Manager Guruvara for the ceremony. I request Dr. Melu to felicitate. Thank you, sir. I now request Honorable Director, Center, Nagpur, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, all. Honorable Vice Chancellor MAPSU Nagpur, Colonel Dr. Professor M. Paturkar sir, respected Deputy Conservator of Forest Nagpur, Dr. Bharat Singh Hada, my colleague, friend, Divisional Manager Gorewada Project, Shri Panchabhai Saad, dear colleagues and friends. I am overwhelmed to take this opportunity to address you all on the auspicious occasion of inaugural session of this virtual symposium on management of large felids in zoos and protected areas. The initiative is the part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the initiative of Balasaheb Thackeray Gorewada International Zoological Park, Nagpur, Central Zoo Authority, New Delhi, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, Maharashtra Forest Department, Government of Maharashtra, Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, and Wildlife Research and Training Center, Gorewada, Nagpur, and Sevas, Mumbai. As we know, our country is a biodiverse country and is home to many species of flora and fauna. The large felids have been a part of social and cultural heritage of the country since the beginning of the civilization. The major large felids found in the country include Asiatic lion, tiger, leopard, and snow leopard. Over the last few decades, however, the large felids have been under tremendous anthropogenic pressure due to habitat loss, lack of corridor, hunting, and lack of prey. The human conflict with large felids is not new. In many parts of the country, incidences of conflicts are reported. As professionals, veterinarians, biologists, administrators, curators, rangers, scientists, and general public, a collaborative effort for the cause of conservation is at most required. I believe veterinarians are key professionals in wildlife health management and conflict mitigation. Thus, a virtual symposium during this pandemic has been conceived for focusing on management of large felids in zoo and protected areas, which aims to bring professional engaged in different disciplines on a single platform. I also express my gratitude to Honorable Member Secretary CZA, Dr. S.P. Yadav sir, for giving us the opportunity to conduct this virtual symposium. Healthcare and management of wildlife at Dr. Balasaheb Thackeray Gorewada International Zoological Park, Nagpur, is taken care by Wildlife Research and Training Center, Gorewada, which is a part of Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Nagpur. As a wildlife research and training center, contributing and sharing our experiences is overwhelming. I am extremely thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Colonel Dr. Professor Paturkar Sir, for his auspicious presence for this inaugural session. We have been very fortunate to have a visionary leader like him. We thank you, sir, for all the support and encouragement received during the planning and execution of this event. We also welcome Dr. Bharat Singh Hada, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Nagpur, for this inaugural session. He has recently taken over the charge of DCF Nagpur. The team of Felid Symposium warmly welcomes him, and we look to work with you on future engagements. Of course, presently he is again busy. There is an incidence of leopard escape in Nagpur. So he has just left. He is joining us soon, I hope. I also take this opportunity to welcome officials of Forest Department, Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra, including Divisional Manager Shri Panchabhai Sahab, who has played a chief anchor role in the execution of the program. I also take this opportunity to welcome Team CZA. I thank Dr. Sonali Ghosh, DIG CZA, who is with us online from New Delhi. She has been consistent support and encouragement to make this program a success. Now, without taking much of your time, I also take this opportunity to wholeheartedly welcome all the participants who have joined us live. I wish the presenters the very best for their deliberations. I thank the organizers for opportunity to address this wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those inspiring words. The century of Delhi has always been in the forefront in facilitating human resource development through its publication. Elephant endotheliotrophy, Burki's virus, has been a significant implication in the management of wildlife and also in areas where elephants are raised as draft animals. Today, one such publication titled Standard Operating Procedure for Elephant Endotheliotrophic virus inherited disease will be released at the hands of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Nagpur, Government of AM Patul. I request all the dignitaries to arrive for the
Yeah. I declare the SOP on elephant endotheliotrophic herpes virus hemorrhagic disease open and available for public on official website of CZA New Delhi. Congrats.
I request the dignitaries to take the seat. As we all know the basis of this standard operating procedure. Thank you, sir, for the release. We have always found inspiration and support in our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Colonel Dr. Professor A.M. Patul sir, despite his busy schedule and engagement, and extremely obliged for his presence at the inaugural session. I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to enlighten us on this topic.
Thank you. Good morning, one and all. Office bearers of Central Zoo Authority, Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra Limited, Nagpur, and technical staff of our Wildlife Research and Training Center, all the stakeholders, wildlife veterinarians, students who have joined National Symposium online, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be invited for the two-day symposium, Management of Large Felids in Zoos and Protected Areas 2021. I congratulate the Central Zoo Authority, New Delhi, for novel initiative to highlight the contribution of professionals involved in conservation of large felids in protected areas and zoos in the country. In the current ongoing pandemic COVID-19, a virtual symposium is very encouraging to further the cause of education and experience sharing. Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University in Nagpur is the seat of veterinary education in the state of Maharashtra. The university has contributed to the cause of wildlife conservation through veterinary intervention, considering the importance of wildlife conservation and the role of veterinarians are expected to play. In 2015, the university has established a wildlife research and training center at Gorewada, Nagpur, with the Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra, and is currently engaged in health and management of wildlife at Zoological Sri Balasaheb Thackeray Gorewada International Zoological Park, Nagpur, and Gorewada Rescue Center, Gorewada. Presently, the Zoo and Rescue Center has 14 tigers and 32 leopards, besides other animals that are being taken care by WRDC. The center has also been in the forefront to facilitate learning and training through the organization of webinars and international conferences. It is also involved in undertaking new research in the field of wildlife diseases conservation, which provides effective standards for care and well-being of wild animals through recommendations for researchers or veterinarians that would ultimately benefit wild animal welfare. Veterinary interventions in captive and free-range wildlife can be critical in conserving the species fast approaching extinction. Emerging and lesser known wildlife diseases are lurking danger that can trigger extinction of endangered species. A thorough investigation to understand the drivers of these infections can prove critical to safeguard wildlife and public health at large. It is high time to implement the recommendation of World Organization of Animal Health on One Health through a collaborative professional approach. Now they have new term eco health. It is one health ahead than the one health. So eco is animal health, human health, wildlife health, and environmental health. So all these factors, even the aquatic health. So all this considered as a eco health. I hope 2 days symposium on management of large felids in zoos and protected areas will serve as a platform to exchange knowledge and experience among the professionals engaged in zoos and protected areas of the country. I extend my heartfelt best wishes for the success of symposium and also congratulate the entire team of CJA New Delhi, FDCM Limited Nagpur and WRTC for conceiving an initiative like this. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It was always a pleasure to join you, and so it is too. With this, we come to the end of this inaugural session. I take this opportunity to call Dr. Vinod, Deputy Director, WRTC, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sujit. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Vinod, Deputy Director, Wildlife Research and Center, Nagpur. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, MAPSU, Colonel Dr. Professor, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sri Bharat Singh Azadi, Dr. Yasi Upadhyay, Director, WRTC, Divisional Manager, Kogewala Project, Panchwai Sahab, colleagues and dear friends. I am honored to have asked to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural session of virtual symposium on management of large felids in zoo and protected areas. We have an auspicious gathering of dignitaries and guests from Nagpur and New Delhi for the inaugural session. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor MAPSU Nagpur, Colonel Dr. Professor M. Paturkar sir for his precious presence and encouraging words. We also have Dr. Somali Ghosh, DIC in New Delhi, who is with us online. I thank you, madam, for the encouragement and cooperation extended for organization of the symposium. I also take this opportunity to welcome Sri Haraji, and I extend my heartiest wishes for fulfilling tenure as DCF Nagpur. I also thank Dr. Shirish Upadhyay and WRTC for leading by example and motivating the team to shoulder the task despite of the constraints. I am thankful to Sri P.B. Panchavai, Divisional Manager, Gurjara Project, for help and effort extended to make this program possible. I also place on record efforts of FDCM, Team WRTC, Team CZA for making this effort possible. I am grateful to all participants, presenters to join the organization. At last, I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Chalo, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. I now declare that the session is over and hand over the facility to Team CZA, the first section on management of effective large scale. Thank you so much for present at the inaugural. Thank you.
Chalo.
Good morning, Dr. Deepak Sawant. Do you want to take over? You are the rapporteur for the session.
Yeah, good morning, Sonali ji.
Good morning, sir. Good to see you, sir, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining. Yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
we will be. Yes, sir. I think this is the first session of a wonderful day
Yes.
today and tomorrow. So we are very, very fortunate to have you with us. And I think
Thank you.
Dr. Deepak Sawant, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are the rapporteur. So over to you, Dr. Deepak Sawant. You would want to introduce the chair, co-chair, and take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Symposium is part of a week-long the Monocyte and Gorilla and Global. And Central Global Association with Wildlife Research
Sorry to bother, Team Gorewada. That mic is not clear. We cannot hear you from there. I would request if you can come on the front. That mic, even Dr. Sujit's voice was not clear in the inaudible.
Hello everyone, am I audible now?
Yeah,
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
audible now. Yeah.
So we are in the beginning of session 1 in the 2-day virtual symposium on management practices for large felids in zoos and protected areas. The government of India, to commemorate 75 years of India's independence, has planned a series of activities that are being planned under the banner of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. The initiative is being proposed as massive outreach campaign titled Conservation to Coexistence, The People Connect. The campaign aims to generate conservation awareness for 75 wild animal species through continued public awareness and engagement across 75 weeks in 75 zoos. The Bahasab Thackeray Gorewada International Zoo is identified as a zoo in focus with the Bengal tiger as a species in focus for the week starting from 31st May to 6 June 2021. This also coincides with the World Environment Day, and the theme for this year's World Environment Day is Tigers as Flagbearers for Ecological Restoration. As part of this celebration, a symposium was planned and we had called for abstracts to present in this symposium. Various themes given to participants were management of captive large felids, health management and interventions, conservation biotechnology and forensic investigations, rescue and rehabilitation. So now we are starting with our first session, which will be focused on management of captive large felids. To chair this first session, we have here Mr. R.D. Compose as our chair, and he will be co-chaired by Mr. D.D. Rai. So I take pleasure to introduce Mr. R.D. Compose. Mr. R.D. Compose is an IFS officer of Gujarat Cadre from 1986 batch. He has served with Gujarat State Forest Department for more than 35 years. He holds postgraduate degree in agriculture from Haryana Agriculture University and forestry from Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun. He has served in various positions, including DCF, Gir West Division, and Director, Marine National Park. He has published more than 125 research papers and 24 book publications, and has written plans and management plans for various forest divisions, including first management plan of Gir National Park and Sanctuary. He has extensively traveled in India and abroad, including Australia, US, Singapore, Argentina, Germany, Myanmar, related to his different assignments. He is official member of Regional Empowered Committee, Regional Office, Bhopal, Ministry of Environment and Forest. He is also member of Academic Council for School of Environment and Sustainable Development. He has been awarded by Abdul Kalam Award for initiatives in excellence governance and Best Education Award. So I welcome Dr. Kambos to chair this session.
Thank you.
I also welcome Mr. D.D. Rai. Mr. Dharamdev Rai is also an IFS officer from West Bengal cadre. He is from 2006 batch. Currently is working as director Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park, Darjeeling. He was also zoo director for North Bengal Wild Animal Safari, Siliguri. Academically, Mr. Rai holds a master's degree in zoology and additionally a degree in Bachelor of Education. He is trained in urban forestry from University of Freiburg, Germany. He has published his research work in domain of captive management of wild animals, law enforcement of on field of protection and conservation, cross-border illicit trade in wildlife, and he is recipient of award in wildlife protection and conservation. So I welcome Mr. Dharmadev Rai to take the co-chair for this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I would request Mr. Kambos to say a few words before we start with our proceedings in the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you for introducing me. And dear friends and my dear co-chair, Sri Dharamdev Rai ji, I welcome you all to this first session of the 2 days virtual symposium being organized by Central Zoo Authority in commemoration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which coincides with the 75th year of our independence. Hence, today's symposium is very historical and assume a lot of significance, particularly in reference to our charismatic species of large cats, as they are known as, they are referred as Felids. As we all know, the Felids, they belong to family Felidae of mammals in the order of Carnivora. These are all obligate carnivores, and most are solitary predators ambushing or stalking their prey. The family Felidae is further subdivided into two subfamilies, namely Pantherine and Feline. This subfamily Pantherine include 5 Panthera species, namely lion, tiger, leopard, snow leopard, jaguar. And some of these large cats are mostly apex predators having great significance for the landscape in which they occur. They are mostly the keystone species because they are very important for the ecosystem in which they are existing. Without them, the ecosystem cannot be imagined. So since this seminar coincides with the World Environment Day, which is on 5th June, and the theme of this year's World Environment Day is ecosystem restoration, the tiger has been selected as the focus species through management of large cats in captivity and in the protected areas. This will also be part of the symposium. The first session is devoted to the management of captive large felids. There are 8 topics to be covered in this session, which are important from the viewpoint of long-term sustainability and improving the welfare of these animals in captivity. There are very learned speakers ranging from our ex-member secretary of Central Zoo Authority, Dr. D.N. Singh, current member secretary, Dr. S.P. Yadav, DIG CZA, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, eminent veterinary surgeons, and practitioners, curators, representing different views of our country as well as our neighboring friendly country, Nepal. So I thank the organizer for providing me an opportunity to chair the very first session. And without loss of time, I think we should we should start our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we start with our presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction about this session and some instruction to the presenters. Each presentation will have time slot of 15 minutes. Of this 15 minutes, roughly 10 minutes are reserved for your presentations. 2 minutes will be for comments from chair and co-chair, and 3 minutes will be for question answers from anybody who is attending this session. So those who want to ask their questions can write in the chats of YouTube chat section or in the WebEx chat platform. So let us start with our first presentation. It will be from Sri Lakshmi Narsimha, and the topic is Demography of Family Felidae in Indian Zoos, Way Forward to Achieve Long-Term Sustainability. Mr. Narsimha, are you there?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you please confirm if the presentation is visible in the full screen?
Yeah, it is
Yes,
visible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Deepak, for introducing me. So my talk focuses on the demography of all the species grouped in the family Felidae in Indian zoos. The results of the talk should sort of provide perspectives on how felid populations in Indian zoos can be managed in a more sustainable way. So for this talk, I have co-authors, veterinary consultant from Central Zoo Authority, Dr. Gauri Mallapur, Deputy Inspector General of Forest Headquarters, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, and current Member Secretary of the Central Zoo Authority, Dr. S.P. Yadav. So I have structured my talk to start with an introduction on animal collections in zoos and principles of sustainability, and then proceeding to the methods which we have used to analyze the data and results and discussions, and finally coming to the way forward, that is what are the future steps that would guide the management of felid population in Indian zoos. I would like to start with a brief introduction on emphasizing the role of captive populations in species conservation. So as we all know, many species of wild animals are threatened by depleting wild populations. This is one of the motivations of founding captive populations. So we know that their populations are decreasing, and based on which some animals are brought to the wild to start a captive population. That is the founding phase. This founding phase is followed by a phase of intensive growth and management to achieve an optimal population size of that particular species for which the captive population has been founded. Now, once this optimal size is reached, the next phase is where the population is managed at that optimal level in the following period, in the subsequent period that is indicated in the red arrows. It has to be maintained at the same level, and at the same time during that period, the goal for which the population was established has to be realized. That is, in this case, it is reintroduction, for example. If a population has to be reintroduced, reintroduction has to happen in parallel while that optimal population managed, optimal size of the population is managed. So this is where sustainability comes into picture. Sustainability, literally, it means that it is a method of using a resource so that the resource is not depleted or permanently damaged. So when we apply this definition to managed wildlife population, it means that a population that is able to persist indefinitely with the resources available to it, of course, allowing full realization of the defined purposes of conservation, education, and research, like I mentioned in the previous slide. So just to give an overview of what the felid population in Indian zoos, as on March 2020, overall, there are more than 50,000 individuals of wild animals that are housed in Indian zoos that belong to over 500 species that are housed in various Indian zoos, which are more than 150 in number. And if you look at felid populations per se, between 1995-96 to 2019-20, that is spanning close to 2.5 decades, there were around 18 species housed, and with an annual average of more than 1,400 individuals, and they were housed in over 145 zoos. Now, with this background, the questions we wanted to ask was, there were two key questions that we were interested in knowing, that were, what are the trends of felid population in Indian zoos, and what drives the change in these collections? From a start period, if a population had a population size of X, and if it becomes Y at the end of a time period, what exactly is driving that particular change? Is it birth or death, or acquisition or disposal, which I'll try to explain. So quickly giving an overview of materials and methods, we looked at two types of data. One was the population level data that was available in the annual inventory of animals that were submitted from zoos, which included opening stock, births, acquisition, disposal, deaths, and closing stock for the years 1995-96 to 2019-20. And for some species, we also looked at individual level data, which included individual information from stud book. That is, life history of every individual was recorded in the stud books, which we used to derive some parameters. The methods what we used were to look at population trends was basic descriptive statistics that indicate the number of individual over time, that is for the given period, and the housing patterns, that is the number of species and number of individuals housed in zoos. So we looked at three metrics that are often associated with sustainability, that is the intrinsic lambda, extrinsic lambda, and the total growth rate of each of the populations. And for some of the species, we looked at select demographic and genetic correlates in the context of sustainability to see how these populations are faring. We performed most of our analysis in the R statistical program. Now coming to the results, and starting with population trends. So I have tried to present the trends in three different categories: big cats and small cats and felids, other felids. So I will try to proceed in that pattern. So if you look at the trends of big cats in Indian zoos to start with, between 1995-96 to 1920, this is the study period. So there were 10 species that were housed in captivity, 4 of which were native and 6 were non-native species. As we can see from the trends, native species show more or less stable trends, whereas non-native species, they did not persist well in captivity. They had a smaller number to start with, but eventually they did not breed well, and their populations have eventually depleted, and some are not housed in captivity anymore. Similarly, for population trends of small cats in Indian zoos, there are 8 species housed in captivity during this period, mostly native species, and only 1 non-native species that has been recently added to the collection, the serval. So if you look at the trends of non-native species, it is more or less similar to the big cats. Most of the native species, they are housed in very small numbers in Indian zoos to start with, and if you look, although there are spikes during the study period, if we look at the initial population size and the final population size, it is more or less similar. So, and especially in case of, except for jungle cat and leopard cat, wherein we have seen some exponential increase in the population sizes of population sizes of individuals. There is a other category which we have looked at separately, that is population trends of felid specimens with low conservation value, which includes hybrids and color morphs, which includes the leucistic tiger, hybrid lions, and the melanistic leopards, and so on. There are 3 such species of big cats. 2 species, that is the leucistic tiger and leopard melanistics, they show a steady increase in their numbers, whereas hybrid lion has steadily decreased over the years, which is due to the policy of the Central Zoo Authority to ensure that species with unknown pedigrees and hybrids don't propagate in captivity. So, having seen the growth patterns of Felid species, I now I now talk about the pattern of housing in Indian zoos of various Felid species. I present only data from 2019-20. The graph here, it sort of indicates the trend has remained more or less the same over the years. So there are, as of 2019-20, 14 species are housed in 78 institutions. Most of the species are held as small collections, that is fewer than 20 individuals in fewer zoos. If you look at leopard and Bengal tiger, for example, they are widely represented in most of the zoos. And in some zoos, they are in numbers higher than 20 up to 60 individuals in case of Asiatic lion, for example, and more than 40 individuals of leopard in some zoos. The leucistic tiger and hybrid lions are also fairly represented in many zoos. So what do these trends translate into? If you look at how these trends translate into understanding how these populations have fared over the years, if you look at so generally the often used index for interpreting population growth is the lambda, that is the population growth rate, which indicates proportional change in population size from one year to the next. In case of big cats, the mean growth rate has remained closer to 1, which is a stable level. 1 means the population has remained over the years. More than 1 is an increasing population, and less than 1 is a decreasing population. So most of the populations of big and small cats have remained closer to 1. And specimens with low conservation value, that is the hybrid specimens and the color morphs, have a lower population growth rate. Now, so yeah, I'm almost through with the time allocated to me. I'll just take a couple of more minutes extra. I'm sorry about that. So, so generally what happens is when we talk about the population census in terms of the growth rate alone, it indicates the extent of growth and decline of a particular population in terms of proportion, but it does not really tell us how these growth rates are influenced by births and deaths and acquisition or disposals. So what generally, there are two more indices that are often used, that is the intrinsic lambda and the extrinsic lambda, which tells us whether the growth rate is influenced by births or deaths or acquisition or disposal. So now if you look at how this particular growth rate, the growth rate what we just looked at is influenced by births and deaths and acquisition and disposals between for all the species. So we can it is sort of evident from this graph that the growth rates, the observed growth rates, are influenced more by extrinsic factors than the intrinsic factors. The intrinsic factors meaning by births. So births per se observed is not really at the optimal level, which needs addressing. And also, I would like to add here that the interpretation per se should also take into account the fact that most of our Indian zoos also act as rescue centers. So, which means that the patterns which we see here are heavily influenced by prevailing rates of how animals are, or some species that are involved in conflict, for example, as in the case of leopard, as seen in this graph. If you look at the intrinsic and extrinsic lambda of small cats also, it is more or less similar as with the big cats. This is the lambda factors for Felid specimens with low conservation value. We see that for the leucistic tiger, it is the population growth is actually driven by births here in this case. Now, for all the species that I just discussed, 6 of these species are identified for conservation breeding by the Central Zoo Authority, and for these species, I try to look at some parameters of demography and genetics, that is the generation length, number of founders, percentage of pedigree unknown, and inbreeding. There is a talk which will probably look at the details of Asiatic lion population, but just to sort of give an overview of what the populations look like. Generally, most of the Felid populations have a longer generation length, which means that their population grow at a fairly low rate. Genetically, most of the populations seem okay in the sense that the founder base is optimal, and a decent percentage of pedigree is known, and there is minimal levels in breeding. So from all of this, there are a couple of points that emerge, which is that the populations of native species have fared better in Indian zoos as compared to non-native species. Overall, we have observed stable population growth, but we know that there are the changes in the collection are driven more by extrinsic factors, that is acquisition or disposal, than by intrinsic factors, that is by breeding, which needs to be addressed in terms of improving the breeding success and optimization of generation length to allow the population to grow, breed well. And also, we know that felid populations are distributed as small populations held in multiple zoos, which emphasizes the need for more cooperative management of these populations. Now, just a quick overview of what the future steps should look like. The first step to ensure good breeding in felid populations is to streamline husbandry practices with reference to record keeping, physical and genetic health of individual, reproductive success, behavioral competency, veterinary management, and reduce stress levels. And another aspect to consider is the fact that animal acquisitions have to be more streamlined, in the sense that we know that population growths are more driven by extrinsic factors, that is by acquisitions. So acquisition of rescued animals should address the aspect of rehabilitation on a more serious level in terms of development of protocols and ensuring that rescued animals are effectively rehabilitated. When it comes to acquisition of animals from other zoos, care should be taken to ensure that the quality of the animals in terms of the physical and the genetic health of these animals have to be really ensured, and to the maximum extent possible, cooperation with international breeding programs should be taken up to ensure that husbandry of non-native species especially can be more streamlined to achieve better success. It goes without saying, of course, that capacity augmentation of personnel is something that needs to be addressed also. As far as population management within the Indian zoos is concerned, like I mentioned before, there has to be a more stronger cooperation between zoological institutions that goes beyond merely housing good collection and extends to housing viable and sustainable population. Overall, it is also necessary to use principles of adaptive management in our way forward, which emphasizes on evidence-based periodic reviews and evaluation of successes and shortcomings to fill necessary gaps. So there has to be periodic reviews. So, and finally, overall, the overall planning should also align with IUCN's one plan approach to species conservation planning, which is adopted by zoological institutions worldwide, which emphasizes on the joint development of management strategies and conservation actions for all populations of a species by responsible parties to produce a single comprehensive conservation plan of a species that ensures, this actually ensures that ex situ conservation as a tool is can be effectively used for conservation of a species. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about the extra time I took.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha. So I request Mr. Chair and Co-Chair if they have any comments on the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha. You have presented very nicely this topic, including animal collection and sustainability. You have also given the hypothetical history of events of captive population in our country. Similarly, you have discussed the trends in felid population in Indian zoos, as well as what drives the change, which is very important to understand the sustainability on long-term basis. You have also described the material and methods very nicely about the population trends from 1995 to 2020. And as you have indicated about 4 native and 6 non-native species, about the housing pattern and sustainability index. So you have you have also described about the population growth rate for big cats and small cats, which is almost about 1.03 to 1.02, indicating the stability of this population. You have also discussed about the growth rate in terms of lambda, intrinsic, and the factors affecting this. So I think the topic has been discussed very nicely, and you have given an overview of this, and this will be very helpful in setting priorities for collection planning, conservation education messaging, integration of in situ as well as ex situ efforts in the context of IUCN one line approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I just means for all the presenters that we have today around 8 presentations, and you have a very nice presentation. I think the real study, it's very vast actually that you have done, and you have to squeeze it in a few slides actually. So my first request will be from the CJD, we should create some platform where all these presentations and knowledge sharing can be done, number one. And number two is, it will be very helpful if all the presenters, they can cover 2 or 3 points, how their study is unique, means what they have done that have not been done previously, or how much they have added, number one. Number two, how their findings, they are going to be helpful in zoo management or in the management of wildlife in general. So these are my requests for all the coming presentations also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha, there is only one question from our online viewers. It's Mrs. Shomita Mukherjee, and she wants to know, it's a general statement about all the zoos and captive management animals. So she wants to know, why would you want population of captive cats to increase if there is no model or protocol for reintroduction of them in the wild, or if it can't be successful? So do you have any comment on this?
Well, the purpose of this analysis was to sort of inform. So there are, say, 14 species housed in zoos, of which 6 of them are managed as part of conservation breeding programs. The purpose of this analysis was to inform the future decision making, or to set the future goals of this particular of the existing stocks in captivity. For example, if we take the case of, say, the Bengal tiger, so IUCN has set a specific standard to guide how ex situ populations will sort of help in situ conservation. So this analysis should inform CZA and other policy decisions to sort of set goals. Okay, this particular population, it is there in captivity, but we don't want to really breed them for reintroduction purposes, but their goal is exclusively education. They will be used for conservation education or research on particular species. So that the comment is valid. This analysis actually is one step in that particular direction.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha. This was very helpful. Yeah.
I have one question, sir.
Yes, please.
It's wonderful presentation, Narasimha. It's a long time seeing you live. My question is, the tiger includes only the Royal Bengal tiger or the white tigers among them? Your analysis, what you made, does it include the white tigers also?
The leucistic tigers, yes, they were presented as separately. Yes, they are analyzed separately. The Bengal tigers are analyzed separately, and the leucistic tigers and all the other hybrids which have low conservation value have been separated, and they are analyzed separately. Yes.
So what is the conservation value of these white tigers?
Well, like I said in the slide, they have low conservation value. That is why they have been separated from the Bengal tigers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, audience. Let us move to our next presentation. We are running short of time. So our next presentation is on management of Asiatic lion in captivity, a scenario in Indian zoos. It will be presented by Ms. Natasha Sethi and et al. Ms. Natasha Sethi?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
Yeah. Yes.
Very good morning to all. I'm Natasha. I'm pursuing my PhD from MIT University, and this is a very small part of my study. I'm going to present on the management of Asiatic lion in captivity, a scenario in Indian zoos. Asiatic lion, as we all know, is having a single wild population, which is presently surviving in the Gir forest of Gujarat. And in Indian zoos, the first entry of the Asiatic lion was that of a wild-caught female, which is at Sakarbag Zoological Park in the year 1958, which was followed by a wild-caught male in the year 1963. This kind of trend is going on till date, but during the year 1965 to 86, the trend was more in the Sakarbag Zoo, and the first captive birth occurred at Sakarbag Zoo in the year 1970. There are certain initiatives which has been taken for breeding the Asiatic lion in India, there was a PHVA workshop held at Siajabag Zoo in the year 1993, followed by in 1994, the CZA started collecting the pedigree details of all the lions which was housed in the Indian zoos and published the first that book. And these efforts for planned breeding of Asiatic lion was initiated by the CZA mainly in the year 1995, and the CZA started the conservation breeding program in the year 2005. And there was one conference also held in the year 2008, that is the India's Conservation Breeding Initiative, where the planned breeding or the conservation breeding of Asiatic lion was discussed, and certain recommendations was given at that time. And accordingly, the CZA has identified the coordinating and participating zoo for the conservation breeding program for this Asiatic lion. So the main question arises here is the need of my study. It has been seen from several researches that there is a lack of self-sustainable population in zoos, mainly due to the incompatible pairs, due to the population size, housing facilities, healthcare upkeep. So therefore, there is a need to know about the overall management of Asiatic lion in Indian zoos. And my aim is to know the scenario of Asiatic lion, that is the overall management in Indian zoos, with respect to the trend of Asiatic lion in Indian zoos, the housing facilities available, feeding, healthcare, upkeep, etc. And the method which I have used is a very simple method. I have collected data which is mainly a secondary data because it is a preliminary study, and I've collected data from central zoo authorities, inventories report, annual inventory report, start book ZIMS, and I have also prepared one questionnaire. Based on that questionnaire, I have collected data uh, regarding the management of Asiatic lion, and the analysis was done on the basis of standard guidelines and norms and Asiatic lion's natural behavior. So here you can see the population trend of Asiatic lion in India. I have taken data from 1995 to 2018 only. And at that time, during the year 1718, there were 31 zoos housing the total of 209 Asiatic lion individuals. And with this trend, we can see it is a fluctuating trend, but during the years from 2013-14 to 18, the population size increases, and also the number of institutions housing that Asiatic lion increases during that year. And the main reason being the increase in the 1718 is because of increase in the birth of Asiatic lion, that 35 number of births occurred during that year in the year Sakarbag only, and the death trend also decreases during that time. Therefore, there was an increase in the number of Asiatic lion. So with regard to the management aspect, I have prepared a questionnaire. The questionnaire was based on certain criteria. I have identified 8 criteria: housing, feed, healthcare, record keeping, breeding population management criteria, staffing pattern research, and breeding programs. And the answers which I have got through the questionnaire from the zoos, I've evaluated, I have given them the scoring 0 and 1. If that particular facility is present as per the norms and guidelines, I have given 1 scoring, and if it is not present, I have given 0 scoring. So here are my results. This is the total scoring obtained by zoos in terms of percentage, and it has been seen that some of the zoos scores more than 80%, like Nehru Zoological Park, Chatbir Zoo, Rajkot Zoo, and Sakarbag Zoo. They have scored more than 80%. And here I'm showing criteria-wise results for the animal housing. It has been seen that the vegetation type in the enclosure of the Asiatic land is mainly trees, grasses, and rocks were present in 39% of the zoos. And with regard to the retiring cells, yes, retiring cells are present in all the zoos, but the flooring, the substrate they are using is mainly of cemented type. 48% of the zoos are using cemented type of flooring for the retiring cells. And with regard to the topography, 41% of the zoos is having undulating type of topography. And with regard to the separate breeding enclosures for Asiatic land, it has been seen that 69% of the zoos don't have the separate breeding enclosures for the Asiatic land. And the enrichment, yes, enrichment is present in 72% of the zoo, which is mainly the environment type enrichment, not any other type of enrichment. And
Miss
when asked
Sethi,
about,
sorry,
yes,
Miss Sethi, sorry, your slides are not moving. So could you ensure that your slides move, please? We're not able to see any slide change. Thank you.
I'll again share, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now is it visible?
Your
It is
Now
the
first slide
same.
is
It is the
visible
same.
now.
Please increase your
Okay.
size.
Now,
No, it is
Not
the
yet.
same. Please increase the size of your slide or take it to the slide mode. This
Miss Natasha, please make it full screen so that it is visible.
yeah.
I've already made it the full screen mode. Now, sir?
We are still seeing your first slide. Now it
Yeah.
has changed.
I have a request. It would be nice if the moderator can take the slides and they can share from there instead of the speaker sharing it, sir. That will save time of everyone. Thank you.
Now is it changing?
No.
No, not yet.
Mm.
Hi Natasha, if you're still facing any issue, let me try sharing your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, is it visible?
No, not yet. I think we have problem with this presentation.
Okay, shall we switch to the next presentation? Maybe we
Yeah,
can
switch to the
review
next
it in the
so
last.
that, yeah.
Yes. Natasha, we will have your presentation in the end, please.
Okay,
Sir, I
okay,
have a
sir, no problem.
And
Okay.
till then,
Our next presentation is on assessing the behavior of common leopard housed at National Zoological Park, New Delhi during COVID pandemic times. It will be presented by Sri Saurabh Vasisht et al. Sri Saurabh Vasisht, please share your presentation. Mr. Saurabh Vasisht.
I don't think he's there. We can go to the next.
Okay, anybody from this team? Saurabh Vasisht, Randit Singh, Dr. DN Singh. Dr. DN Singh, are you there? Are you going to present this? Dr. DN Singh? I think even this team is not available. So we can switch to the next presentation. Use of artificial intelligence and information technology for improving animal welfare in Indian zoos with special reference to Felids. Dr. Uttam Yadav from Indore Zoo. Yadav sir, are you there? Dr. Yadav?
Mr. Deepak, I think we should take the team from Nepal. It is their presentation next. So I
We
can
can
announce
start.
the order if you want. Shri
Yes.
Chiranjeevi Prasad Pokhrel and the team from Central Zoo, Nepal, please, if you could share your screen and start the presentation.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wait. और कम हो रहा है। Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, but increase the size. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Namaste and good morning to co-chair of the session and everyone. At the very inception, I would like to thank the organizer and the team for providing us an opportunity to be the part of this symposium. Here in Nepal, the Central Zoo is the only the captive facilities to manage all kind of species. Currently, Central Zoo is managing by the National Trust for Nature Conservation. In our country, only 5 species of large felids are recorded till date, and they are tigers, common leopard, snow leopard, clouded leopard, and lynx. At present, Central Zoo has only 2 species, tiger and common leopard. Also, the Central Zoo is playing a major role in rescue and rehabilitation, basically in the Kathmandu Valley. Despite a small area, approximately 6 hectares of land we have here, and we managing the large felid with good care, observation, food, and shelter. Here I would like to share one case study from our central zoo. What we have did, it's basically this is a female leopard. We captured these animals from one of the remote area from Nepal. It's close to Kathmandu Valley. It's called Ramechhap district in January 29, and she was blamed. The leopard was blamed as she attacked the livestock frequently in that area. So the team from Central Zoo visited and captured this animal and bring to Central Zoo during January 9, 2019. And what we did, we put her in observation in our quarantine, and we noticed that she is very healthy. She was almost like 29 kg of body weight, and no sign, no problem, no injury was detected physically. So what we decided to release her in the natural habitat, because as you know that we are in very small size, and we used to deal with a lot of these large felid issues in Nepal. So we feed the satellite collar during the end of the end of January in 2019, and we released that animal in Parsa National Park, which is very close to the Valmiki Tiger Reserve in India. And we monitored her very closely, and we can notice that she moved all the way. You can see in the picture there in the picture. We released her in the Parsa National Park, and she moved all the way to Rautad and Parsa district of Nepal. And we realized that she is doing very good, but she did not stay in one place for a certain of period, but she was moving almost it's almost 150 kilometers, and she settled in almost in the southern part of Rautad district. But there was no any record of injury or kill to the livestock during that period, because our technicians, our technical staffs were monitoring very closely in that area. So this is one of our case that we noticed that even the animals are blamed sometimes, and we have to rescue and we have to put in the captivity. And this is one of the example that this is how we managing the large felid in Central Zoo in Nepal. Basically, we don't put straight in the cage or enclosure, but we do very close observation and medications, and then if it's possible to release, then we used to release in the wild. So this is one of the case, and generally we don't have such core scientific work in captivity, because we have only one zoo in Nepal. This is the only the zoo, and we have to deal with a lot of the issues. So we have, of course, in different parts of the country, a small like a mini zoo. It's in the community forest, but we don't have large felids. So here I want to just share the how we manage, like for the nutrition and care for the large felids during the captive management of this species. We basically focused on 5 domes of animal welfare, including like nutrition, physical environment, health, behavior, and mental stage according to the age and situation. And also the animal are cared for according to their body's condition and age. Artificial colostoms and milk for orphan animals, presentation for food according to animal age and health as also managed. Each day we provide like 6 kg of buffalo meat to every individual tiger, and similarly 1.5 kg of meat to leopard. So this is how we provide food and nutrition and care, and regular deworming and nutritional check and virtual observation I used to do. And every day, like data and recorded where they are feeding well or not. We used to observe that if they are showing any abnormal behavior, and about the position and status of animals in different times periods of the day. So this is one of the part what we do in like nutrition and care. And like environment enclosure, all the enclosures of large felid is maintained with adequate space and greenery environment here. There are like 6 separate chambers as holding area for the inspection of animal body condition, health, and other different purpose in the enclosure of like Royal Bengal tiger, and we have like 4 Royal Bengal tiger and 2 common leopard in here. So 2 common leopard enclosure. There are also strong holding rooms with wooden platform for the rescue sick and injured large ferrets in the nursery and quarantine sections. This is one of the part like environment we have, and we also concentrate on the like enrichment activities. Like this activity is one of the important which make the animals active, as we know, and different enrichment actions were implemented, such as like hiding foods, sound of animal, and arranging with wooden platform, and we have, of course, we arrange with a water pool and many other things. And this is what we deal from basically for the enrichment area, and overall in overall management, we can say that it's depend upon the facilities such as enclosure design, space, and structure. What we maintain we maintain, and but still there is lots of rooms for improvement in our captivity. Like we also think about the balanced diet for the animals as per their body size. The most important part of large felis management here is to handle the problematic animal within the Kathmandu Valley, even some time outside the valley. In an average, we rescued like around 7 large felis annually. Similarly, close observation, regular medications is essential part in our management. And if you go for like discussion, like all the like management part is done according to the animal physical and health status. However, still there are lots of improvement, as I mentioned earlier, is required to ensure the good health of these large felids. And I would like to mention a little bit things here is that NTNC, where we are managing the Central Zoo, the government gave us an authority to manage this almost 25 years and is the only institute in Nepal and has technical expertise as well as human resources for management of problem, injured, and orphan animals. Even the government is really dependent on NTNC on carrying out rescue operations throughout the country. With all this, Central Zoo also work as a rescue and rehabilitation center. Annually about generally when we're speaking, like almost more than 500 animals are rescued, which includes large size felids, and this could could be a man eaters, tigers, or leopards, or felids caught in a snare. I just want to share one thing also, just during when we are preparing this presentation, just and we also hear that the leopard caught on the snares at Kathmandu Valley, one part of Lalitpur, where it's very close to the of our zoo, and was rescued. And so you can see the gravity of the situation what we have here. And this is how we deal with the management of large felids here. And in conclusion, I want to share that we are managing these animals with a lot of challenges. Immediate response or to rescue the problematic sick, injured, and orphan large felids. The Central Zoo provides a good platform for like students, researchers to understand the management and conservation of large felids. Basically, the university students, even we have a facilities with conservation education program, and the school children's from the from lower class to the up to the like 12th grades. They also really uh, involved in a lot of conservation activities. So this is one of our opportunity to share, and this is how we deal with the animals as well as other things in like for the management of large felid in Nepal. Thank you so much. And this is my very short presentation. It's a general, so we just want to share how we are really working with the management things here in Nepal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pokhrel. You are doing great job. I request Mr. Rai to make his comments on this presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. That was really very good presentation, where you covered almost all the aspect of this management, and your outreach actually means where you are covering the out of zoo area, you are rescuing the animals and releasing them in wild. That is very praiseworthy. I just wanted to know one thing.
Yes, sir.
In Nepal, actually, in Ilam district, actually, where
Okay.
red panda population is in good number, so they have a very good program where they involve and engage the local people there, the villagers actually, through help from the red panda network.
Yes, yes.
So yes, and that has been quite successful actually. So I just wanted to know ki are you are directly or through any other agency, government, non-government, are you doing similar kind of thing in your area for the felids?
Thank you, sir, for a very good question. Actually, we during we have a technical committee in Nepal. The DNPW, Department of National Park and Wildlife Conservation, is leading, and the Red Panda Network is working very closely with the department. Of course, we are also supporting for some technical part during capturing the radio coloring, but we are not directly involving there. And in the case of other felid like snow leopard, and of course we working in Manang, Mustang area. Wait, sorry, inside Foxundu National Park also recently we captured like 2 snail leopard with our technical support. And it's leads by the chief, the warden from the same national park, and technically the financially supported by WWF. Yes, we are working in other parts, and also in the Tarai, in Parsa National Park, and also in Bardia National Park. We are working. We put a radio collar on the tiger to see whether they are using, how the animals are using in the highway, because we have a big problem, accidents in the highway. So it's a linear infrastructure is very serious now, because we are under the construction of highways and all this. So we are lobbying with the government, and we are requesting for the wildlife friendly infrastructure. Of course, we have many support from India part, also in technical part, when we are discussing. I have also visited Nagpur in one of the works program there. So yes, of course, we are working and on the large felid like tigers, snow leopards, of course, in the leopard also. Yeah, thank you. I don't know
Thank
whether
you.
I've covered your questions or not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Kamboj, do you have any comments for this?
Yeah, most of the things Mr. Chiranjeevi has presented. It has been nicely covered by you, and Central Zoo Nepal is working nicely for the felids. As we know that there are 5 species of felids which are found in Nepal, and Central Zoo is working on 2 species. And the best thing is that they have a lot of challenges, as discussed by him, with respect to rescue operation of large felids and other animals in Nepal. And they have very strong conservation program, as indicated by you, with respect to red panda also. So I wish Mr. Chiranjeevi good success. One of our batchmates, Mr. Pradhan, used to be with us from Nepal
Okay,
during our training.
okay.
Where is he now? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Narendra Babu Pradhan. Okay, he is in now IUCN, sir.
Yeah. Acha, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chiranjeevi and all the participants. Then we have our next presentation on assessing the behavior of common leopard at National Zoological Park, New Delhi during COVID pandemic times. And it will be presented by Sri Saurabh Vasisht and et al. Is Saurabh present Mr. Saurabh,
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
please
Good
share your
morning.
presentation.
Hmm. Hmm. Is this visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it
Please
is
enlarge
visible.
your slides. Yeah.
Please make it full screen.
Is it okay, sir?
No, no.
Make it full screen.
Please
It
make
is
it
still
full
not full
screen.
screen.
Is it okay, sir? This
No, this is the same. You please make it full screen. Go to this mode, another mode.
You have to click that PowerPoint button.
Yeah.
Instead of sharing the tab, please share your screen.
share your screen. Is it visible, sir?
No,
No, no, no.
it is PowerPoint editing mode. Make it into presentation mode.
Sir, kindly click on the button which is just at the left of this Zoom slider.
Or you
Yes.
press function F5. Editing mode
Visible.
मध्ये सुरू आहे ना.
Visible, sir?
No, this is the same. You please go to presentation mode.
Please make it into presentation mode.
Sir, this is the presentation mode already.
No, no, no. You go to the right side. Yeah. Go to this. Yes.
Stop sharing and share your screen. Instead of tab or a window, you share your entire screen.
I think, sir, some technical glitches.
Okay. So just increase the zoom level and start.
Sir Amarnath, do you have the presentation? Could you help with sharing that screen, please?
Yes. Just let me try.
Thank you.
It is the same problem which was earlier with Nitasa. The same.
Yes, I have shared. Is it visible?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
I think the presentation is in PDF form and it is not. There's some issue.
So Amarnath ji, this is the same problem which was earlier with Natasa's presentation.
Yes, I tried,
the
but
same.
it was not working at that same. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we can go in the same mode. We can simply zoom it furthermore.
Yeah, try that.
हमारी शेयर नहीं हो रही, बाकी सबकी हो रही है.
Saurabh, please share your screen only. Okay, and we can go with that.
Mr. Saurabh, you can start your presentation now. I think you can see the screen.
Yes.
Thank you, Narsimha.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Today's my topic is assessing the behavior of common leopard housed at National Zoological Park, New Delhi during COVID pandemic time. Next. Okay. Zoo is prime institute established for the purpose of conservation for the threatened species recreation, also as a source of education to the public. The National Zoological Park, New Delhi, is the large category zoo of the country. Delhi Zoo housing a number of endangered species of animals and one of the zoo in the country with the highest footfalls. So next, please. Okay. Need and objective of the study. In captivity, the natural behavior of the animals may not be displayed due to various constraints like space, natural habitat, presence of visitors, and other activities like feeding and etc. The animal shows abnormal behavior, and that's why stereotypic behavior, pacing and other activities shown. The effect of visitors presents an absence of the on the behavior of common leopard housed at Delhi Zoo has not been studied yet. So my objective is assess the behavior of the common leopard housed at the National Zoological Park, New Delhi, due to the absence of visitors during COVID pandemic. Next, please. Okay, my methodology is common leopard. Delhi Zoo have four individuals: study of behavior, influence of visitors, presence and absence, density and noise level was studied, activity budget, complete ethograms, timing and frequency of the behavior. Ethogram developed a total 30 behavior events for each species, like inactive and active and stereotypic. Focal animals sampling used to be construct an ethogram of the individuals. Each individual observed period of 5 hours per day for 3 days of the total of 9-month study. Activity performed by the species were superficially classified in the three categories: active, inactive, and stereotypic, for the comparison and analysis purpose. Type of enrichment provides elevated platform, hanging of Hessian bags, placing logs at different locations in the enclosure. Next, please. So my result is display more active behavior, 59% observed, such as playing, climbing, rollover, and other active activities shown during pandemic. Stereotypic behavior is less, 20%. Inactive behavior is less, 21%. Male leopard more than active than female leopard. Average noise level was found to be 54 decimal in during pandemic, and presence with visitors, noise level is 84. And next, enrichment provided was used by all leopards. Next, please. So this is the activity, like leopard is roaming around the enclosure and see the visitors and sitting the cage side and using the wooden locks. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. This is the enrichment activities during pandemic. So we discuss the pre-pandemic time and during pandemic time. Visitor presence and during pandemic, visitors not allowed in the zoo because zoo is closed. So stereotypic behavior such as pacing, skip pacing, regulating, and tail and toe sucking. But during pandemic, active behavior is observed such as playing, climbing, rollovers, etc. During pre-pandemic, stereotypic behavior is 28%. Inactive behavior highly observed, 56%, while active behavior is still less in comparison to 17.2%. So during pandemic, stereotypic behavior is 20%. Active behavior are observed during pandemic, 59%. Inactive behavior are observed, 21%. So next is female shown the considerably much higher level of inactive behavior, 71%, and one another female is 56%, as well as a male individual 45 and 47. So during pandemic, female shows considerably much higher level of inactive behavior, 52.15 and 32.96, in comparison to male 67 and 76. Male exhibit professionally much more stereotypic, 38% and 36%, than female 12% and 22%. Male exhibit professionally during pandemic, stereotypic 43 and 17, then female is 7.77 and 11.85. So average visitor density at the leopard cage was found 13 visitor per minute during visitor, and during pandemic no visitor allowed. Average noise level was found 85 decimal, and average noise level was found to be 54 decimal in during pandemic. So next, please. So this is my recommendations for all zoos need to implement some post-pandemic measure, like to review the existing visitations pattern at the zoo, to review carrying capacity of the visitor display area for the enclosure housing common leopard. Carrying capacity are must for all zoos. Other use of regular enrichment practice, like Hassan bags and paddy straw, using the paddy straw platforms and perch, so that the abnormal behavior and feeding enrichment, so abnormal and stereotypic behavior performed the animal may be reduced. Yes. Next, please. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. May I have comments from the chair and co-chair, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Mr. Shorab has presented the topic very nicely, and this topic was more important in the context of pandemic, as
Yes,
we
sir.
have seen, as he has indicated, the effect of presence and absence of visitor behavior on the animals, and he has developed very nice ethograms with respect to 30 behavior events of those species. And the study is continued for 9 months and has given very nice results about the more active behavior observed in case of males as compared to females. And inactive behavior was observed in 21%. And these recommendations are nicely given regarding the reviewing of our vegetation pattern in our zoos, and also to review the carrying capacity of the zoo with respect to visitors. And he has also indicated certain enrichment practices to improve the visibility of the zoos during such kind of periods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Saurabh, that was a very nice presentation. Hello.
Sir, you're
Yes, sir.
audible.
You're audible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sir,
I'm
I'm
audible.
audible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
Saurabh,
you are audible.
you said that every day you observe it for 5 hours. So that was the continuous observation or staggered one, means for 15 minutes every hour, or that's like that.
Sir, not continuous. In different times, available slots like in morning time and afternoon time, and according to visitors and according
Okay.
to.
Thank you. Thank you. I got it. I got it. Second one, did this observation period include the behavior pattern during night also? Because leopard is mainly it's a
No, sir.
nocturnal
No,
animal.
sir. No, sir.
No.
Night behavior is not. Yes, sir. Only
Okay.
daytime behavior, sir.
And you have taken the age factor of the individual leopard into consideration while deciding the behavior, whether it is stereotypic or
Yes, sir. Yes,
uh,
sir. Yes, sir.
age.
Age is. Yes, sir.
Because similar kind of study here we are doing over the behavior of red pandas actually.
Okay, sir.
So initially we did this staggered one, but later on actually we went for the continuous observation of the animals.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I have a small query, if permitted, Chairman, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Mr. Saurabh, how do you explain behavior of inactive behavior of females than the males? What would have been the reason why the females are inactive? Because normally in leopards, the females are more active than the males.
Female is more active, sir, because this is the 30 behavioral aspects, sir.
Any hormonal studies, sir, have you come across during your study?
We have hormonal collect the samples of hormonal study for center lacoons, sir. Then after that we'll clear to hormonal or because behavioral aspects. So we have chosen the some criteria, sir.
Have you observed some weight gain in the females then? If they
Yes,
were
sir.
lethargic, I should not use the word lethargic. If they were inactive, was there any weight gain in the females as compared to
No,
the
sir.
males?
No, sir. Lethargic is not a inactive behavior, and the lethargic activity or lethargic as a body. So it's not a part of behavior, sir.
Okay, then.
Yes, sir.
Hello. I have one simple question to ask, sir. Can I ask, sir?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, this will be last question of this presentation.
It's a good presentation, sir. I have only one question to ask. The ethology needs a continuous observation, right? And there is a subjective bias when a person doesn't study the ethology by academic or from scorecards, does it? So what is the amount of bias without having a background of ethology? Hope I made my question clear. Hello?
Saurabh, did you understand the question?
Yes, sir. Can I repeat, sir?
Saurabh, did you understand the question?
Repeat the question, sir.
Ethology by itself is a science. So people study that, or like MSc guys or PhD guys, they study and they have an academic background, what to scope and what are the normal behavior, abnormal behavior. As a vets, we are not exposed to ethology except for one semester in ethology. In that background, there are biases which can happen. What can be lethargy for a person who don't have a background of ethology may be normal for the ethologist who is studying it. So, comment on the subjective bias without a background of ethology.
The question is not clear, sir, because your voice is breakable.
So my question is simple. The people who study the ethology, they have
Yes, sir.
academic background, they have a different score. They've been told this is the way it is. They have studied for a few years about a particular species. So we as a vets expect, except for the one course we study in physiology for one semester, we don't have much about the ecology of a particular species. With this background, what is the amount of subjective bias in the observation made?
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Dr. Prayag, I'll make a suggestion. Please put your question in the chat box and we'll have a response sent to you. So we can, your voice is not very clear, so we'll move to the next presentation now. Thank you.
Our next presentation is on use of artificial intelligence and information technology for improving animal welfare in Indian zoos with special reference to Felid. And it will be presented by Dr. Uttam Yadav. Mr. Uttam Yadav, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. Please start with your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Sir, we have developed an app for the smooth running of the zoo by using the artificial intelligence technique for improving the welfare of Indian zoo. The agency Flora Nation. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
please continue, sir. You are audible.
For improving the welfare of in Indian zoo, the agency, the Flora Nation, who did their excellent work, leaving the no stone unturned. The F has an excellent features which cover all the segments, ranging from the zoo, ranging from the security labs to veterinary management, animal health care. Sir, the detail it will help in the taking the better decision via the post-learning experience. The detailed features of the app will be delivered by Abhishek JCG. He is with me. Now over to Abhishek ji.
Thank you, Dr. Uttam Yadav. So I hope you can hear me. My name is Abhishek, and I will be talking about the information technology usage and artificial intelligence, which we used. So before that, we will be covering these bullet points: problem statement, our approach, how we did it, and results learning, and then finally the conclusion part. So problem statement, as we are aware that it's uncontrolled and large territory, it's really hard to observe and track status of not just the felids, but almost like all wild animals. Then we have limited resources. There is a lack of education among the actual zookeepers and the field workers. And sometimes it happens that somebody tells somebody to do the job, but they fail to do the job because there is no proper record keeping, and of course the bug passing thing. So seeing that there are certain legacy systems, few of the zoos and few of the sanctuaries, they use pen and paper, still use pen and paper. Few of them have moved to some systems, but they are again either maintaining in Excel or some other systems which are obsolete in nature. So this actually is a kind of taking us behind almost a decade, and there is no proven system or model of knowledge sharing. So for example, we'll see example, for example, a tiger has a severe breathing issue and possibly COVID. So what is the course of action generally happens in the industry or this vertical? They identify the problem, they fix the problem, they maintain records in terms of file or in Excel sheet. The above approach has many pitfalls. There is a clear lack of common platform, poor identification of problem. They are not sure whether it's COVID related issue or some general chronic disease or anything else. And then poor historical data. They will have to explore all the pen and paper based files and then gather the data, but most of the times they do not worry about that thing. Then lack of evidence based treatment. So if you have successfully treated an animal, there is no evidence for that, and other zoos or sanctuaries, if they face a similar problem, they wouldn't be able to get the knowledge and information from you or from the person who has actually treated that disease successfully. So our approach is very simple. Our approach is based upon the feedback model, and we identify the new issues, we create prototypes, we perform the field test. Then our machine learning algorithm, it learns from the previous experience, and then it provides the insights. So these insights are actionable insights. You can take better decisions by the past learning. So this is like a really intelligent platform. So I'll give the concrete example here. For example, this tiger is facing the issue with has some breathing issues. So if you note all these points and if you supply this information, if you have successfully treated him, or if you have put that in cloud, the cloud is going to give you the response in terms of CRF, that is case report form. This is a novel concept here. Generally this happens in the US healthcare for people and not for animals. So we have introduced case report forms. This gives the age, medical history, previous prescriptions, temper, diet logs, cage visit logs, and observation, etc. So this information will be readily available on your fingertips. Cloud will supply you this information immediately. And of course, after that, similar encounters, the cloud will automatically scan the feeds and will show you that the Hyderabad Zoo lion had a similar breathing issue. And because they both are big cats, so maybe some information might be useful for you. So if you want to explore that, you can explore that information, how they did the treatment, and were they successful or not, and what all medicines they used for the treatment. And additionally, AI-based recommendation based upon the previous learnings of Hyderabad Zoo or Russian Zoo or anything. Internet is open. So our AI algorithm, it keeps on learning things. So it will automatically recommend that the tiger might need additional enclosure to avoid further infections. How we do it? So we have a lot of interfaces. We have rescuer app, and right from rescuing the animal to the digitalization, to the automated reporting and health monitoring apps, to the live dashboards and the crowd management. So right from the behavior of the animal, from the behavior to health status, if they have any injuries, we note that and we capture that. And based upon that, machine learns automatically in the cloud and gives you the right and appropriate suggestion at the right and relevant point of time. Now, moving forward. Okay, so outcomes, we have saved 3 to 4 hours man hours in total daily, on daily basis. We have reduced the wrong interpretation of the information. Complete healthcare record, CRF, which I told you about, is available whenever and wherever they want. So it's on completely on fingertips. Then we have reduced the data manipulation. Once the data is in, it's tamper proof. You cannot modify the data, and if you are modifying, the system is going to maintain a complete audit trail. Then finally, not only Felids, but it can help any animal. So central data repository will help in evidence-based treatment for any problem, and you can any zoo or any sanctuary or any vet can leverage that knowledge. So conclusion, as we already know that wildlife conservation is one of the toughest and the important areas which is far behind in the technology advancements. Software systems which are currently being used in the zoos and other sanctuaries are like ZIMs, which are not actually designed for the field usage. They are complex, lengthy, and of course they are desktop based. So data collection is really unsuitable for the field. You cannot take the entire desktop in the field and then can note the parameters or in the cage. Hence a low cost, localized and AI powered solution is required, and that's where we come into the picture. And we have helped Indore Zoo in not only defining this unified experience, unified application, which brings the entire knowledge in just one platform and in few fingertips. So we are coordinating with CZA in this, and we are of course contacting different zoos so that we can have a better percolation. And of course the localization is possible. So localization is, for example, if we deploy the system in Tamil Nadu, so the end person who will be using this application will be accessing this product in Tamil language, and this will help them to capture the data seamlessly and very efficiently. So for any further discussions, please do not hesitate to contact any one of us. You can take a screenshot, or otherwise you have our email addresses. So I will open this for questions now. Thank you.
Yeah, permitted.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes. Or Mr. Sheikh, I would like to know whether the cloud is a public one or a private one. Actually, was this is the DBMS through generated?
Okay, so let me answer the first question because I couldn't get the second question. Your voice was breaking. First question, whether it's a public cloud or a private cloud. Currently, it's a public cloud, but again, it's certified for even for the HIPAA usage. So this means that we are adhering all the compliances, and nobody can actually access the information without two-factor authentication. So that is important. Public cloud, why? Because it's cost efficient for now. But if we get right approach and better percolation, then of course we'll deploy a system which is private in nature. I hope this answers your first question.
My second is regarding the DBMS, because one agency approached to us, but then we were given an understanding that how this DBMS can be worked.
How this? My apologies, I didn't get the last part of. Right. So database management system. Right. So database management system, I think they are not seeking for the database management system, but the database itself. So if you are maintaining any records in Excel or any other software or even the pen and paper, so this is what I mentioned, and let me refer to the previous slide where we help the actual zoos and sanctuaries to capture the data digitally. So once that is digitally transformed, we can import the data seamlessly, and that would be again available for the immediate use of your own zoo. And if you want it, you can share it with the other zoos also. Could it be regulated via? Can you repeat that?
Evolution.
Real time, yes, absolutely. So every information, we do not store information on the local devices for much of the time, but once they get the internet access, all the information they transfer to the cloud, which will be available real time for all the concerned parties. For example, if you are the director, you will be having the access of the information once you connect to the internet. So it's real time.
One more question on chat box regarding the sharing, because I think I'm killing the time of organizers because I had
not a problem. Sure.
I wanted to share some data from Smithsonian Zoo, and then they gave. So I did a lot of homework by speaking to the many people of the local engineering colleges, and they have helped me in this. But then, of course, I must admit it was Latin and Greek for me, but then we couldn't gather anything from them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Uttam Yadav ji and Abhishek Joshi ji, for presenting such a nice information about use of intelligence and information technology for improving animal behavior in Indian zoos. I think you have made very nice presentation with respect to the app that has been developed in Indore Zoo, and this app probably will be very helpful for other similar zoos in our country. And the way the presentation has been made and the utility of this app is a very important aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind word. Thank you.
Mr. Rai, do you have any comments for this?
Yeah, sir, this is not related to the presentation, but the use of such type of applications actually. In Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, actually, they developed some, that was not a app actually, that was one website actually, where knowledge sharing and access to the knowledge was two-way approach, where all the concerned officers, they can update whatever they are doing, and they can access similar kind of things from that database. So I think if such type of things has to be applied, so it would be better it is done from CJD side, where we can develop a basic means what are the different types of database that we need and what can be updated from the different zoos and what can be later on will be available for the those zoos actually, just so they can assess the data and they can make better use of that. So that was my only submission.
I have one concern, sir. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, please.
Technology is really good. My only thing is it explains what we do with COVID data. So this will be under control of CZA or the service provider.
CZA should be.
The access, because it will be developed and this will be with the private partners, no? So the entire access should be with the government authority.
Right. So let me assure you on that front. So we are non-profit organization, first of all, and then second, the access is given based on the credentials and the hierarchy. So a director of zoo will of course have the access to the most of the information. At the same time, the higher authorities will. My apologies. Can you repeat that?
So my concern was recently there was a breach of data, COVID data of the public in a government institution by the private party which was providing. Later they told we are not responsible for it. So when the data is there in cloud, so we'll have an access to it.
So first of all, let's differentiate between PHI, that is patient healthcare information, with animal healthcare. We strongly believe that knowledge is for all. And if we even host this or open our database for everyone, it's going to benefit the other zoos and the sanctuaries. So we are not storing any critical or payment related information. And in fact, we do not store or we do not take any payments online. So that way we are not storing any confidential information related to any government agency or any individual. We are storing data of animals. If that is open for all, and I strongly believe that we should keep it open. So if somebody wants to access the information, I would be happy to give them the information. I would be happy to give them the database. I hope that answers your question.
Recently, there was objection from the ministry that some of the veterinarians were writing about the infectious disease in a paper. So later they told they should take permission from the authorities when they publish infectious disease. If you're putting that data in the public domain, don't you think it will be very risky for the government?
No, actually, we are not putting the data. We are not putting the data. The authority lies with the person who is actually treating the candidate. And if they want to publish the information in public domain, then and there only it's going to get uploaded into the cloud, not without the prior permission or prior approval of the authorities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I have one small query. Will it be intended through remote sensing? If I want to predict, suppose canine distemper affected lion there in the Gir forest, and I am sitting at the office of Gir Sasan, which is 30-40 kilometers away.
Absolutely.
And I have some information. That's
Right,
my
and
interest, actually.
Right, absolutely. And I'm very happy that you asked that question. We are actually experimenting with IoTs and swarm network that works in low frequency, and these sensors would be able to gather the information about the climate conditions and the soil condition. And of course, there are multiple kinds of sensors which we can use. We are experimenting with that, and we are yet to reach there. But that's definitely on our roadmap.
What frequency it should be, because they have shown there is Dr. Anshuman over there in Shastir. He showed me for some of his videos. So, but he was not sure about the frequency probably. So,
Right.
At what frequency we can remote sense this?
So this system doesn't typically work like IoT doesn't immediately transfer it to the cloud. There are some intermediary, hubs, data hubs, which you define, which collect the data from these low frequency sensors. And once that is collected, it then traverses or it then transfers that to the cloud. So it works, incrementally, and we do not deploy high power sensors because, of course, these sensors they emit frequencies which might disturb the animals. Again, of course, this is too early to comment, and we are still experimenting with this. And I would be having a solid opinion maybe after 1 or 2 quarters.
Exactly, because the terrestrial sensors will have too many hindrances. We should plan something for the airborne sensors.
Absolutely, and we are experimenting with that, and glad that you asked that question. Thank you very much.
And I put one question in the chat. Please answer to it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Abhishek, your presentation has generated a lot of interest, and I'm sure we'll get a lot more questions, but in the interest of time, we need to move forward. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut this discussion short and hand over to the rapporteur again. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Dr. Yadav, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Deepak, can we go on to the next one, please?
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Mr. Yadav. Okay, we are into our next session now. It will be on innovative approaches in environmental and educational enrichment in leopard safari at Gorewada Zoological Park. And Mr. Shubham Chapekar will be presenting it. Please respond if Mr. Shubham Chapekar is audible.
I can see Mr. Shubham Chapekar in the participants. Mr. Shubham, can you unmute and share your presentation, please?
Yeah. Yeah, this is all right. Shubham, you can start your presentation.
Mr. Chapekar, you need to unmute and speak, please.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Namaste, everyone. I am Shubham Chapekar, and I work as a biologist at the Gorewada Zoological Park, Nagpur. And today I'll discuss about some of the little efforts we have done at the Gorewada Zoo, which is the innovative approaches in environmental and educational enrichment at Felid Safari in Gorewada Zoological Park, Nagpur. Uh, so today I'll discuss about the little small efforts we have done at safari. As we know, zoo and zoological park are the second most animals to the wild animals, so that they can sustain their life and screen I know, sir. So as we know, zoos and zoological park are the second most home to the wild animals, where they can sustain their life and population. And as today to disturb wildlife, so many wild species have been come under threats and have become endangered. So zoos not only helps to preserve the life of wild animals, but also the augment the depleting the population of animals in the wild. And large number of visitors come here to visit the zoo, and zoo plays the main role for both conservation of wild and endangered animals. The objectives of our leopard safaris: wildlife conservation, education, animal welfare, support wildlife, offer naturalistic open system to wild captive animals where they can freely roam in the given captive areas, extensive conservation, and provide opportunities in scientific studies. This is the layout of leopard safari, where you can see we have constructed and developed some permanent structure in infrastructure. There they can use that structure for their daily activity. So here we have abandoned village, a Ferokel Cave, archaeological canal, and two large water body. This is the entrance gate of leopard safari, where we are showing here to give welcome message from our leopard statue. So this is the short brief of the area and habitat of leopard and tiger safari. The area of leopard and tiger safari is 20 hectares of dry deciduous forest, shrublands and grassland. And the road type of safari is waterborne macadam, which is known as a murum road, so that animal can freely walk, freely roam, and do their daily activity like sleeping, mud bathing, etc. And the distance of safari road is both the tiger and leopard safari is 1.75 kilometer to 1.5 kilometer, and the enclosure tribe is open system, where they can feel the taste of air, taste of sunlight, and uh, or other factors. And the boundary type is the slanted iron plate, so that to avoid the escape of animals from the enclosures. And the door system of our leopard safari and tiger safari is double door system. So that the purpose of this double door system is safety of both the animals and tourists. These are the safari gates of tiger and leopard, slugbear, and safari over here. Inside the zoological park campus, we have made a double door entry gate, internal safari roads, natural streams, inclined fence, and water reservoir, so that animals can get the builder with feeling so that they could not get they are in the captive management. Apart from the enclosures, we have also created the kraals and night shelters, so that they can get their of exhibition of exhibit time. Theming in Indian safari, as we as I earlier mentioned, that the educational enrichment for the tourists, we have we have constructed the Bhimbetka cane, rock shelters, termite mounds, abandoned village, naturalistic waterfalls, and arcade wall paintings, so that while experience while experiencing the safari time, animal would not be seen for a longer moment, but, because the glimpses of leopard or tiger can be seen for the moment of 2 or 3 minutes. But our zoo guide help showing tourists uh, for giving information about termite mounds, abandoned village, rock shelters, naturalistic bodies, how they are constructed over here, and what are their uh, importance to engage the tourists. Ferrocrite cave. The specialty of this ferrocrite cave is that the temperature inside of this cave gets changes as per the season. During summer season, it offer the colder feeling to the captive captive Felid, so that they can sit over here and spend some resting time. And during winter and winter season, they can get the three warm moments over the place of this cave. This can give glimpses of leopards where they can they are using this cave as their highly ventilation and using it there as a home. Bhimbetka theme cave. We have constructed this cave for the purpose of so that tourists can get to know about in the ancient time people were also engaged with the wild animals, and the relation of wild animals and people was also strong, and they were living with the coexistently at that time. And here at the right image you can see the leopard is standing over the Bhimbetka cave and viewing its territory uh, on the high vantage point. Termite mounds. Uh, the purpose of this termite mound is that uh, people are uh, people are aware about the larger mammals or large animals, but they are not aware of the smaller creature like insects and reptiles. Or so we have created the artificial termite mound over here, so that people should know about the how important termites or how important insects are in the forest. As we know, the termite mounds are the indicator of forest, and for that purpose, we permanently build this termite mound over here. And the leopard is using this termite mound as a resting place. Abandoned village. The abandoned village we have artificially created over here, and as we know, leopard are often seen around the village to get the easy prey like the village uh, like like stray dog and cattle, a goat, which can get easily to him. So we have constructed over here to give a coexistent message to tourists. Enrichment. As we know, enrichment plays a very major role to enhance the enhance the mental health of wild animals in both physical and mental way. So we have constructed over here some enrichment act like wooden logs and wooden pyramids, so that animal can use it for the purpose of scratching, scrapping, sitting over the logs. We also have created enrichment in the area as well. Here you can see the our tiger Rajkumar is using wooden log resting platform for his sitting purpose. These are also glimpses of leopard using wooden logs for its scrapping and sitting purpose. And safari road. Here you can see leopard is using a safari road for sitting, for playing with the another leopard, as we have conditioned our leopard to in a very familiar way where they can where they can easily uh, easily combine with other leopard. As we know, felids are a territory animal where they can mark their territory. But here in our leopard safari, they are very in a familiar environment, so that they can walk together on safari road, play with each other. These are naturalistic water holes we have created in the zoological park. This is the tigress Lee and Rajkumar over here, which is using water body for the for swimming, for playing in the water. As we know, tiger are water lover. So here she is enjoying his time in the water holes and water bodies. So here, a leopard is using water hole for not the bathing purpose, but for the as a shelter. And this is the glimpses of Safari Road, which give a truly safari, a truly feeling of wild safari. And the animal of our leopard, our Felid safari is using it very enjoyingly. And I acknowledge, I thanks to Shri Vasudevan sir, Managing Director, Exhibition Limited, Nagpur, Shri S. Upadhyay sir, Director, WRCC Gorewada, Dr. Vinod sir, and team WRTC and Gorewada staff for wholehearted support for making this safari successful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shubham. You have presented nicely about the innovative approaches that you have used in the safaris which have been created in Gorewada Zoological Park at Nagpur. And the designs are very innovative and excellent. And the objectives of the study of this safari are very laudable, like wildlife conservation, education, animal welfare, and providing them natural habitat and these night shelters and crawls. And the themes, different themes which you have suggested or which you have kept over there, like rock shelter, Bhimbetka caves, wall paintings, termite mounds, and abundant whales, plus naturalistic water body and Pharaoh Crate caves are excellently fitting into that scheme. And I think your model can be replicated by other zoos also. And this is an excellent presentation you have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rai, do you have any comments?
No, sir. Presentation, but I don't have anything to say.
Any questions from the audiences? Yeah, I think there are no questions for this presentation. We can move to the next presentation. Our next presentation is Management of Large Felids in Indian Zoos, Role of Central Zoo Authority, and it will be presented by Dr. Devendra Kumar.
Thank you, sir.
Devendraji, please share your presentation first.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I think my screen is visible. Am I audible?
Yes,
And my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, your screen is visible. You are audible. Please continue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So today here I'm talking about the management of large felid in Indian zoos, as the topic of the symposium is management of large felid in zoos and parks, and how the Central Zoo Authority has played a role in the management. As in the morning, Dr. Narsima has said that we have stable population of felid in Indian zoos. So I think the efforts of the Central Zoo Authority is working. So just an introduction, the Central Zoo Authority was established by the Government of India as statutory body of the Ministry of Environment and Forest in the year 1992 through amendment of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972 to oversee the functioning of zoos in the country and to control the mushrooming of ill-conceived and unplanned zoos, as 90th and early 20th century was the era of mushrooming of unplanned zoos in the country as well as in the world. So there was, the government felt that there should be an agency who can control the mushrooming of such zoos and can provide better standards of management on scientific lines. So the Central Zoo Authority was established, and the Central Zoo Authority is working in this direction and endeavor to ensure that animals are provided with conditions that are congenital to their psychological and physical well-being and can procreate augmented population in the wild. So the Central Zoo Authority was created with the mission to provide better upkeep and veterinary care to the wild animals housed in zoos and ensure their conservation through best practices of management and bringing education and awareness among people. The vision is to complement and strengthen the national efforts in conservation of biodiversity of the country, particularly the fauna through ex situ conservation linked with in situ conservation practices. And the objective of the authority is to enforce minimum standards and norms for upkeep and health care of animals in Indian zoos and to control mushrooming of unplanned and ill-concealed zoos. So the zoos in India are managed as per the provision of Wildlife Protection Act 1972 and guided by the National Zoo Policy. Basically, the amendment to Wildlife Protection Act was in 1991 provided for the enforcement of mandatory standards and norms for management of zoos through the Central Zoo Authority. And accordingly, the authority is providing technical and other assistance to zoos to achieve the objective of National Zoo Policy to complement and strengthen the national efforts in conservation of rich biodiversity of the country, particularly the wild fauna. The recognition of zoo rules, fixed standards and norms for management of zoos in India in consonance with 10 of recognition of zoo rules and for other aspects has also been formulated. So, Central Zoo Authority has fixed some policy rules and guidelines, not only for the large felids, but all the animals housed in Indian zoos for their better management on scientific lines. But today here I am talking about focusing only on the large cats. The family Felid is particularly well represented in India with 15 extant species out of 45 recognized species globally, constituting around 34% of the global Felid diversity. So as the zoos in India housing almost all the species except one or two which are not housed in the zoo. And the Indian zoos harbor population of large felids, both native, which include lion, tiger, leopard, and also snow leopard, and also non-native or exotic species like African lion, jaguar, and also the cheetah. And there are approximately more than 1,000, approximately 1,038 native large felids housed in 73 zoos in the country. So at the time of creation of the Central Zoo Authority, the large charismatic animals like lion, tiger, and leopards are housed and displayed for the public in very small dingy enclosures. They are iron barred or provided with chain link fence, but after the creation of the Central Zoo Authority and as emphasized by guided and emphasized by this National Zoo Policy that every animal should be housed in its naturalistic environment with nature emerging exhibit, and the enclosure should have adequate space for free movement and exercise to meet their physical, behavior, and psychological needs of the animal, appropriate shelter, withdrawal area, pools, drinking water points, feeding cell, extra that could provide opportunity to animal to display its natural behavior and also protection from extreme weather. So to To meet these standards, the Central Zoo Authority came with the guidelines for the housing of large felids and other animals also. So these are the guidelines on minimum dimension of enclosure for housing of different species animals. The guidelines are available on this link. I think I have shared the presentation with the board committee members. So it will be available. The link can be used to find out. Otherwise, all these guidelines are there in our website and can be freely browsed, easily browsed. And guidelines on use of innovative exhibit designs and barriers. So for providing minimum space for the animal, endemic or native large felids, we have fixed some norms that the outdoor enclosure should be 1,000 square meter, and if you for a pair, and if you are adding additional animal to that, so you have to provide 200 square meter more area, and we have also prescribed the night cell and feeding cell size. And this can provide better opportunity of to the animals to have their feeds, and even they have movement in the night cell. But zoo director, managers are writing that this needs to be revised, and see that they may take a call on this in due course of time. Similarly, we have recommended the area for leopard, cloudy leopard, and snow leopard, which is 500 square meters, and you have to add 100 square meter more area to the outdoor enclosure if you want adding additional animals. Similarly, for exotic large felids, the area has been also mentioned, but as there is not much animals in the collection, or getting these animals is quite difficult. So the additional area for additional animal has not been prescribed. And the Central Zoo Authority has also do a research project to WAI, framed enrichment enclosure enrichment, which can be found on this link, and which is proved very helpful helpful for the animals to keep them busy, and they can avoid stereotypic behavior. And here, if you can see enclosure area, it is quite seeming small, and I personally here recommend, if you are coming with a new zoo, or you want to revamp your zoo, so you should come with the concept of Felid safari, which provide a 20 hectare area to the animals, so the animals can more fill in their natural habitat. And similarly, for getting the naturalistic enclosure, the front viewing area, we have recommended that moat should be there, so that barrier-free viewing can be available to the visitor, and at the same time, animal should also feel in its natural environment. And the side in the side of the enclosure, other than the viewing area, you may have chain link fence or chain link fence, but it should be camouflaged. It should be covered with some trees or shrubs or climbers. So the chain link fence, or whatever with the other material, iron bars you are using, those should not be visible to the visitors. Similarly, the enclosure barrier design for leopard and jaguar has also been recommended. Most of the zoos, they are submitting design or preparing covered enclosure for leopard with the thinking that leopard can escape. But if it is open top enclosure with the steel plates should be placed at an angle of 60 degrees to the chain link fence inwards towards the enclosure side. So animals are not escaping from this enclosure, and it can feel a natural habitat. The future, if you are going to submit the designs, you should prefer open top enclosure for the leopard or other species like clouded leopard and even for primates. So Central Zoo Authority has a circular which is available on the website on the following link. There you every zoo can find that how to prepare the master plan and what are the shortcomings, because we have added each and every requirement of the Central Zoo Authority in that format. Similarly, for enclosure design also. And then other aspects of management of Felid in zoo is the diet you are providing to the animal. Either they are meeting their nutritional requirements and also the functional need of the animal. So Central Zoo Authority has assigned a research project to the Indian Veterinary Research Institute, Bareilly, IVRI, and they have come with the recommendation for 40 species of animals. Those 40 species also include all the large felids found in housed in Indian zoos. So here you can see, and this is a publication is in book form and also available on this link at the CZA website. I think this is helpful to all the zoos for meeting nutritional requirements. So you can see that for lion, the diet is fallow meat, basically with bone. 6.7 kg is recommended for male, and for female it is 5 kg, and this can be increased and decreased from 10 to 20% in during summer and in harsh winters or cold winters. In winter, you can increase the diet up to 20%, 10 to 20%, and in summer, can reduce the diet to 10% or 500 kg. I think 10% is better. And for Panthera, means for clouded leopard, they have, for snow leopard, they have recommended the mutton should be the preferable diet, not the buffalo meat. And here they have, if you are feeding boneless meat to the animals, then each gram of meat should be supplemented with 10 gram of calcium carbonate and 2 teaspoons of multiple supplements. And similarly, they have recommended that lactating animals should be fed ad lib rations, may be distributed over 2 to 3 equal meals. And for timing and placement of food, again there is a guideline, and which is available on the website where this cursor is moving. So the IVRI has recommended to feed the pellets preferably in the night time, but if it is not possible, then at the closer hour of the zoos or intermittent feeding in small quantities. The closing of hours of zoo, as these pellets mostly are endangered, and mostly zoos for keeping in view the safety point, they are taking all the animals in their night cell. So it is also a good way to feed the animal in the before closing hour of zoo, so that all the animals can come to the cell for having their food. And similarly, as I mentioned in the enclosure designing, there should be equal number of feeding cell or kraal provided in the night house or adjacent to the night house in kraal. But the surface where you are going to feed the animal should be sterile, and it should be not very hard surface. And the diet enrichment, here you can add like liver and replace the diet once or twice a week with mutton or alternative meat sources, mutton and chicken. and you can place the diet in such a way that either on the tree top or in some wooden log, so that animal can take its own time to find out the diet. For details of enrichment, again this manual is there, which is available on the website of Central Zoo Authority. And then comes to veterinary healthcare. The Central Zoo Authority, through Indian Veterinary Institute, Bareilly, Veterinary Research Institute, Bareilly has published standard guidelines and protocol on disease diagnostic and cure of wild animals in Indian Zoo, which is again available on the website of the Central Zoo Authority. The book talks about the detail, not of felids, but include all the animals, including felids. So in journal, as per the recognition of zoos and scientific guidelines on scientific management of the zoos, and the screening of animals, large felid in particular, for parasitic load as per written schedule prepared by the zoo in consultation with veterinary officer. However, at least quarterly, these parasitic load will be cross-checked, and prophylactic medicines should be administered as per clinical requirements. Similarly, vaccination of animals against infectious disease as per schedule prescribed by BO or in this guideline. And periodic testing of feed and water samples on regular intervals, and these reports are also requested by the evaluating officer when they are visiting your zoo for the zoo evaluation. So the report should be maintained properly and should be produced at the time of evaluation. Similarly, the zoo should ensure hygienic conditions for the housing of these large felids, and their enclosure paddock area should be thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, and by prompt removal of waste material, including leftover feed, excreta of animal, and whatever with the other waste material. And if this is not working, and any zoo is finding difficulty to deal with the veterinary health care of the large felids, they can contact the IVRI, which has been assigned as National Referral Center for Disease Diagnostic by the Central Zoo Authority, and assigned MOU with the Indian Veterinary Research Institute for Disease Diagnostic. And stud book and marking of the animal, the Central Zoo Authority, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, has prepared stud book for 34 endangered animal species, which are available on the CZA website. We are preparing the stud book on annual basis.
Please wrap it fast. We are running short of time.
Okay. So similarly, we have guidelines for marking of animals, which is very, very important for record keeping point of view. And guideline recommended implantation of radio transporter microchips to the felids, and especially Central Zoo Authority is providing the marking material for the species under conservation breeding, identified under conservation breeding program, and all the large felids are identified under conservation breeding program. So zoo can write request to CZA for providing the material if animals are not marked. And also the Central Zoo Authority, as large felids are also prolific breeders. So Central Zoo Authority, in the keeping in view the population and overcrowding of these animals in the zoo, has produced circular on population control measures, and for animals like hybrid lion, which do not have much conservation value, and also for hybrid for tigers and leopard, which are already overcrowded in the zoos. And And these circulars are also available on the website of the Central Zoo Authority. Similarly, the Central Zoo Authority is running flagship conservation breeding programs. So here I am recommending that now in India, now in India we are facing problems of these large felids, except for leopard, for display purpose. So no zoo has, I think, prepared the captive breeding programs with a view that yes, we need this much of leopards in future, large felid in future for display and for using the animals in conservation breeding programs. So here I strongly recommend to prepare captive breeding program for each species, and the coordinating and participating zoos for each species should prepare a conservation breeding program with species recovery programs, the guidelines of which are available on the website of the Central Zoo Authority. Out of these four large felids, three has been identified and prioritized for the conservation breeding program by the Central Zoo Authority. And if you have prepared the conservation breeding program, coordinating zoo in consultation with participating zoo, so those zoos can submit the APOs with that conservation breeding program to the Central Zoo Authority, and Central Zoo Authority can provide financial assistance. And these guidelines are also there in our website. And for scientific management and getting genome mapping done, the zoos can approach LACUNS, where we have again signed MOU with them. So the management based on pedigree can be replaced with the genetic genome mapping, and the stud books can be updated based on genetics result, which can provide better management practices. Similarly, for exchange of animal, most of those zoos are submitting animal exchange programs. We are taking this tiger from this zoo, and they are, if they study the stud book, which is the base of basically the exchange of animals, they are saying that CZA is not doing our animal exchange program. So I request all the zoos that they should go through stud book recommendation that this animal should be paired with that animal. So that is quite easy to getting approval of your animal exchange program, not in Indian zoo, but also with. After getting the animal exchange approved, we have protocols for transportation of wild animals, which are available on this link on the website, wherein we have mentioned the pre and during and post protocols for like handing over veterinary record, other related data, then what should be the size of the transport box or transport case, and at what time, means animal transportation should not be taken in harsh summer or winter conditions. Or
Dr. Devender, I'm sorry to intervene, but we're really short on time. So could you run through these slides very quickly, please?
Yes, ma'am. Only I need 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Thanks. Yes, thank you. Very quickly, please.
Okay. The Central Zoo Authority is also conducting to upgrade the skill of every level of staff in the zoos. We are also providing 100% financially assisted programs for each level of staff. And during this pandemic period, we have conducted several online seminars, webinars to the staff of the zoos. And as Government of India banned exhibition or training of lions, tiger, leopard, bears, and monkeys, housed animals in circuses in the year 1998, and the number of you can see the lion is 375, and for tiger it is 96, for leopard is 21, and the responsibility of these rescued animals and rehabilitation of these animals is given to Central Zoo Authority. So Central Zoo Authority has well managed all these rescued animals by creation of 7 rescue centers and providing 100% financial assistance right from 1992 to till date, where now the population of these lions and leopards is remaining 17 and 5 respectively. So, this is pandemic time, and we, through master plan, recommend that every zoo should have disaster management plan for the zoo, and the guidelines can be assessed on this link. And the management of such animals, large felid, in such pandemic period can also be dealing by providing by providing circulars, related circulars, and we have right from the beginning of the COVID, we are continuously providing the circulars and which can help zoos how to deal with this pandemic. And we have also conducted webinar with Bronx Zoo on COVID management. So I think these provision guidelines rules are quite helpful for the management of these large feline zoos, and these are the recommendation and expectation from the zoos. So due to time, I could not, I'm not going to go in detail. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Devender.
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr.
Deepak?
Devendra. Yes. Mr. Kamboj, do you have any comments for this presentation?
Yeah. Dr. Devender has made very exhaustive and detailed presentation about the role of Central Zoo Authority in the context of management of large felids in the Indian zoos. So, because we are running short of time and we all understand, most of us know the role. So, I will not go in detail about what he has presented. And we can go to the next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I believe we have come to the end of our session here. I am very thankful to all the participants and presenters. But before we conclude this session, I would like to ask Mr. Rai to give his comments for overall session and his comments about all the presentations and his views for this session. Mr. Rai, hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are not going to have the presentation that we left in between these lions of Asiatic lion in captivity.
Yeah, we have already exceeded the timeline, so we have to skip it now.
Okay. Great, sir. Thank you, sir. So today we had almost 7.5 presentation, but Asiatic lion management could not be completed, and we missed the first one actually. That I think this non-invasive technique for the reproductive steroid that was also listed for the presentation. So
she was not able to attend because of a family emergency, so there was no presentation there.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
So now this demographic of family Felidae in Indian Zoo, then management of captive large felids, behavior of common leopard in zoological park, pre and post COVID, and this use of AI app-based technique in the zoo management, and these last two presentations, what is the role of CZD, and about the leopard safari at Nagpur. So I think all the presentations, the presenters, they had a holistic approach. They presented thoroughly. And one thing means that I requested in chat box also, the basic thing was that what they are presenting that is different, that is new, and how it is going to help us. So that we have to look into. And we have got the detailed paper about these presentations, actually, abstract of the papers. And I requested DIG ma'am, if we can get the detailed papers of these articles, that the topics that we have today, so that will be very helpful. And likewise means this is just an starting actually for us. For 3-4 days we are going to have a series of presentation covering major themes actually. So it will be very helpful if we have some sort of permanent platform where continuously different zoos, different sanctuaries, national parks means they can share their what they are doing, what they are learning to that platform, and that platform can be accessed by the all of us, so that we can use the knowledge from there, and we avoid the repetition of work basically. So I wish all the presenters that their work will be very helpful for all the Jews especially, and in other protected areas also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You are okay. Here we have come to the end of our session one. I am very thankful to our chair, Mr. Kamboj, and Mr. Rai for giving their precious time and guiding our participants. We would like to offer a token of our gratitude to Mr. Rai and Mr. Kamboj. This memento will be shared with you by courier. You will receive it very soon. So thank you very much, sir, for being present with us and appreciating all our participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Sonali, for giving us an opportunity
Yeah,
for
thank you,
heading
ma'am.
this first session, chairing this first session.
Yeah.
And this is good beginning. Thank you.
Okay. So with permission of chair, I would like to end the session here. And I
Yeah.
have a small announcement that our next session will start at 3 p.m. sharp on the same platform. So I request all the participants and enthusiasts to join again at 3 p.m. for next session on health management. Thank you very much, sir.
Deepak, it is at 2:30 p.m. We will start our next session at 2:30. We have a bunch of presentations, so we need some time to cover through all of them. And the same link will be available. Everybody is requested to join using the same WebEx link that is on just now. The link will be on throughout the day. Thank you all very much. Kamboj sir, Rai sir, thank you for all your valuable comments, for staying with us through the session. Thank you all very much, ma'am. Thank you for staying with us through the session, and we'll see you again in the afternoon.
Thank you.
2:30, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Amit.
If you permit, may I start the session?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Start then.
Okay.
Dr. Gauri, shall I start?
Sir, I'll do a quick introduction and I'll introduce you and then you can start if you give me a minute.
Right.
Thank you all for joining us today for the afternoon session of the symposium. For this, all aspects of veterinary medicine, diagnostics, therapeutics, and surveillance are all dynamic and developing fields. This session is dedicated to sharing case studies and experiences that practitioners have had. So to start off with, I'd like to introduce our chair and co-chair for the session today. Our chair is Dr. Abhijit Paude. He doesn't require much introduction, but I'm going to make an attempt anyway. Dr. Paude is the principal scientist and in charge of the Center for Wildlife Veterinary Surgery at the Indian Veterinary Research Institute at Bareilly. He has been involved in surgical interventions and treatment of wild animals under captive as well as free-range conditions since 2000, before he took over as scientist in charge of the center in August 2019. He has more than 150 publications in national and international journals. Thank you, sir, for joining us and taking the time out to chair the session. Our co-chair for the afternoon is Dr. Vinod Dhoot. He's the Deputy Director, Wildlife Research and Training Center, Gorewada, Nagpur, and is Distinguished Faculty at the Wildlife Research and Training Center at Gorewada, Nagpur. He's engaged in the health management of wildlife since 1998. He has worked with Maharashtra Forest Department in many rescue and treatment assignments of injured and sick wildlife. He was also associated with Maharaj Bagh Zoo as in-charge veterinary officer for 5 years. He has expertise in treatment and diagnosis of infectious diseases of wildlife and hand rearing of neonates. He has guided 7 master's students for their MVSc dissertation and 15 students as a minor guide. He has published 86 research papers and 42 lead papers, abstracts in international and national conferences. He's the recipient of many awards and accolades. Noteworthy among them are his recognition for his services by the Department of Forest, Government of Maharashtra in 2007, 11 and 12 for his outstanding services to wildlife in distress in the region. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this afternoon. I will request Dr. Paude to give us a few quick opening remarks to set the tone for the session, please. Dr. Paude, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. At the outset, I'm thankful to the organizers. Despite my ill health, they insisted, and I have been given an opportunity to chair the health management and intervention in captive large felids session. Now, may I ask for your forbearance? I'm not going to bore you like a class lecture, but nevertheless, old habits die hard. There are 22 abstracts in this session, as I have been briefed by the organizers. As per the 5 plus 2, 5 for the main presentation and 2 main session for abstracts, so that we can finish this whole session in 3.5 hours. So all the abstracts will be on tigers, lions, leopards, snow leopards, and whatnot. It's a good brainstorming session to enrich our knowledge. As I reiterate on one thing, perfection is the privilege of Almighty alone. Nobody is perfect. Everybody learns by experiences. And now coming to the problems which we face. I visited many zoos, and we lack in database. We don't have a standard database. So we have to develop something, as we don't know about the breeding status of lions. Inbreeding is everywhere. This main stock comes from Junagadh or somewhere else, and be it Assam, be it Jaipur, be it Etawah or Chhatbir, everywhere the lions will have some or the other problem. Then the challenges are like newer things. Recently, there is a havoc of SARS-CoV-2, and yes, now the Hyderabad has reported the Jaipur by CCMB, Jaipur and Etawah. We have reported at our center. We started this work on diagnosis of COVID in wild animals since March 2020, and we were fortunate till April. And then April and May, we started getting positive and doubtful cases. When we speak of SARS-CoV-2, now there is another news in the media that US and Russia has started vaccinating. Now our fingers are crossed. Shall we start with when corona? No. Or yes, we'll have to make a policy over it, because whatsoever cases we have got are because of reverse zoonosis, either the zookeepers, and I take you back to the history where the first ever case was reported in Nadia, the Malayan tigress, at Bronx Zoo in April 2020. We have challenges like lepto. Now, lepto is just not like a lot of management is involved, like feeding of not feeding of genitourinary tract. trapping the holes, closing the holes for entry of the rodents, because rodents' urine is the potent source. The genitourinary tract of female bovines is again a rich source of lepto. Then nutrition. Again, there was a lot of discussion going on whether to dip the beef in hot boiling water or in Cayman of 1% KMNO4 solution. Likewise. Then nutrition. We always feed where we get from beef, where we get the beef. Every zoo doesn't have its own slaughterhouse. We rely on the meat suppliers or the butchers, meat contractors. They quote very low rates and then supply us third graded or stale beef. Pollution we don't take into consideration because most of our zoos are in the city. I have seen a postmortem in Kanpur Zoo where there was anthracosis in a tiger. And as well, now the second example of is of noise pollution. In the morning session, there was one abstract on leopard and the 58 and 56 decibel sound. Now we lack in research and education. Suppose one young scientist has developed a vaccine on canine distemper, which is a burning problem now in captive felids. And there are reports. Shall we go for the pure wax? Mariel company, a canary pox ferret-based vaccine? Or then we have a lot many lions or leopards there in Junagadh Rescue Center. Can we take the permission from the competent authorities and go for the trial of vaccine and come with our Indian strain? We need to have refresher courses for the vets. Then, or we have 2 days, 3 days, a small workshop by calling somebody from abroad and have a sessions on this. I hope I'm not going to bore anyone. Sorry for killing your precious time because everybody is anxious to look and watch the presentations and not my monotonous poor narration lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Paude. Your insights are always valuable to us and well taken. Thank you very much, sir. I'd request Dr. Dhoot, if you can quickly give a couple of points and then we can start off the session right away and we can close also in time then. Dr. Dhoot?
In terms of the complete
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
You are not hearing me? I'm not audible. Hello? Am I audible?
Your sound is very low, sir.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my emphasis is always on the diagnostic methods. Most of the time, the animals, what we receive, they are in late stage. So best way to emphasize or to increase or to facilitate the diagnostic modalities in all zoos, including the rescue centers, wherein we can save the life of the animals. So Dr. Paude is my mentor, a great philosopher. He has given all the points. So with this, we can start the session.
Thank you very much, sir. I will invite the first speaker, Dr. Ramesha H. from Banerkata Biological Park. If you can share your screen, Dr. Ramesh. You have 7 minutes. Please start. Dr. Ramesh? Dr. Ramesh, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, I can hear you. Is it audible?
Yes, you are audible.
And presentation, ma'am?
There is I can't see your screen very well.
1 second, ma'am. Okay.
There we go. You can make it full screen.
Yeah.
And you can
Yes, ma'am.
start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Ramesh, working in Bannerghatta Biological Park as a veterinary officer since last 3 years. My actual topic of presentation is laser-assisted therapeutic management of spinal injuries in captive large felids. Coming to the introduction, slide is not moving, ma'am.
You're sharing your screen, so you have to move the slide from there. I won't be able to do it from here, sir.
No. Okay. Coming to the introduction, laser is any device which can be made to produce or amplify electromagnetic radiation in the wavelength range from 180 nanometer to 1 millimeter, primarily by the process of controlled stimulated emission is called laser. And in our Bannerghatta Zoo, we have class 4 laser therapy unit, which will emit the laser at the 980 nanometer wavelength. And the clinical trials of laser energy application in veterinary practice are very limited. And this application of non-invasive low light laser therapy in experimental animal models have given the successful results. And this low light laser therapy can be used for the relief of the pain and also swelling, and as a local and systemic anti-inflammatory mediator and superior method for healing wound or injuries. And also as a stimulation of the acupuncture points, and this is the many solution for the many persistent dermatological disorders, and also to improve the tissue vascularization and nerve tissue repair in spinal cord injuries. And in Bannerghatta Zoo, we have faced 3 cases which are related to spinal cord injuries. And in case 1, the tiger the male tiger aged about 11 years of a body weight of 170 kgs, had a history of renal impairment, hematuria, loss of locomotion, posterior paralysis with loss of all the peripheral reflexes, and also the severe wounds on the body was observed. And physical examination under squeeze cage restraint method, the animal was very dull and severely dehydrated, and respiratory distress was observed, and the body condition of the animal was very poor, and loss of reflexes, peripheral reflexes, which includes proprioception reflex, pedal reflex, panicular reflex, tail and anal reflexes were absent. And blood examination revealed the hematology with leukocytosis with shift to left, and biochemistry analysis include creatinine of 4.8 mg per dl and burn 42 mg per dl. And urine analysis of the same animals revealed pus cells in the urine. And we tentatively diagnosed it as a acute renal failure or posterior paralysis, and we couldn't able to take the radiography of the same animal because it is having a higher creatinine values. Hello.
Your screen is not shared anymore, Dr. Ramesh.
One second, ma'am. 1 second. Now is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Will you go ahead? We run short of time very quickly. So go
We
ahead.
tentatively diagnose it as a acute renal failure or posterior paralysis. And we couldn't able to take the radiography of the same animal because the creatinine value was in a higher range. And the treatment was followed was for the acute renal failure treatment. We started the routine therapy as fluid therapy, antibiotics, diuretics, B complexes, and supplementary therapies. And animals showed response after the 1 week of the treatment and started taking the food by the 7th day of the treatment. And but animal can't able to bear the weight on the both the hind limbs. And for the posterior paralysis, we used low light laser therapy was carried out. And in addition to laser therapy, we given nerve supplements containing the B6, B12, and B3 given for the 15 days intramuscularly. And the recommended practice for the laser therapy was followed here. And in general, 650 to 980 nanometer wavelength of low light laser therapy once a day for a week, followed by 3 sessions in a week for 5 weeks was followed. And the area was selected was thoracolumbar, lumbosacral, and hip region. And for the both the hind limbs from hip joint to the claw region. And this is the image showing the different laser therapy doing for the different parts of the body using the standard dosages and appropriate probes. And in general, for the wound cases, we generally use 5 watts for a period of 3 minutes. And for the lumbosacral or the hip joint region, we generally use 12 watts for the period of 10 minutes. And the laser therapy session, which includes once a day for a week, followed by 3 sessions in a week for 5 weeks. And for the wound, laser therapy can be done in 2 methods, that is direct contact with the skin and also the non-contact with the skin. And non-contact method of the laser therapy is followed for the wound cases, and direct contact with the skin was followed for the other regions like lumbosacral or hip joint or any other body parts. And for the calculation of the total amount of energy required to treat the particular area for the wound, is depends upon the area of the or size of the wound, and it not depend upon the body weight of the animal. Whereas in case of the to treat any lumbosacral or hip joint problems, it mainly depends upon the body weight of the animal and also the skin coat, color type, and also the coat length of the animal. And this is the treatment protocol followed for this tiger. And in video 1, you can see the laser therapy is doing at the lumbosacral and also the hip joint region. And here in video 1, we used a round type of the bulb for the laser therapy at the lumbosacral region. And in case of the video 2, we use spoon type of the probe for the laser therapy. And in both the cases, we use 12 watt for a 12 watt power energy for a period of 10 minutes. And while doing the laser therapy, one should observe the animal. If animal feels any discomfort or any painful response, one should stop the laser therapy session. And coming to the results, the animal started to walk on 3rd week with the wobbling gait. And by the end of the laser therapy session, that is 5th week, the wound healed completely and gait was improved. And this is the case 2. This is the Indian leopard. It's having a body weight of 65 kgs and 11-year-old. This is having a history of fallen from an height in the zoo enclosure area, and which can't able to bear the weight on the both the hind limbs, and dragging of both the hind limbs and progression with inability of weight bearing was seen by the animal keeper, and posterior paralysis with the loss of the peripheral reflexes. On physical examination under xylazine and ketamine sedation, the animal was completely examined and no fracture or wounds on the both the hind limbs was observed. And radiography of the lateral thoracolumbar, lumbosacral, and ventrodorsal thoracolumbar vertebrae revealed no skeletal abnormality. And we tentatively diagnosed as nerve compression or traumatic spinal injury. And the treatment protocol followed for this case is to prevent the shock, the fluid therapy was done, and injection methylprednisolone acetate at the dose rate of 2 mg per kg body weight epidurally once a week for 3 weeks was given. And in addition to methylprednisolone acetate, nerve supplements containing the meclobine, nicotinamide, and folic acid injection was given intramuscularly for a period of 15 days. In addition to medical therapy, we use low light laser therapy was started after the 1 day of the injury to the animal. And the low light laser therapy was carried out. The therapy session includes once a day for 1 week, followed by 3 sessions in a week for 5 weeks was followed. And the area selected for the treatment was thoracolumbar, lumbosacral, and also the hip region. And the dosage used for the treatment of this case was 12 watts for a period of 10 minutes. And the at the lumbosacral and also the joint region.
Dr. Ramesh, I'd like you to please conclude.
Yeah, ma'am. And this is the result showing this is the third post-operative day, and this is at the 7th post-operative day, and this is the video showing the 30th post-operative day. And other case, that is the lion is having a male body weight of 180 kgs of 11 years, so it's unable to walk properly. Incoordination with wobbling gait was observed. On physical examination, muscular incoordination with impairment in weight bearing. Animal is also on the higher side of the body score. And on examination, we found all vital parameters are in normal range. And blood examination revealed the ecological parameters are in normal range, but the lipid profile revealed high cholesterol, that is 160 mg per dl, and triglycerides 280 mg per dl. And we tentatively diagnosed it as a neuromuscular incoordination. And the treatment protocol was followed was same as we used 12 watt for a period of 15 minutes. And we also reduced the diet, we maintained the diet, we reduced the amount of chicken given to the animal. Coming to the results.
Dr. Ramesh, we need you to conclude, please. Please conclude your talk.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you.
Coming to the discussion, damage to the spinal cord results in the impairment in the autonomic nervous system and also the motor response. Inflammation after injury causes progressive damage to the spinal cord, which will lead to changes in the functional and also the behavioral changes. In all the three cases, the posterior paralysis or the incoordination was the most common problem, and the therapeutic strategies aimed at reduction in the initial inflammation was done, and the non-invasive low light laser therapy of standard is used and results were fruitful. And laser therapy reduces the inflammation by promoting the microcirculation by vasodilatation and promotes the lymphatic flow and therefore reduces the inflammatory edema. And it will inhibit the synthesis of inflammatory prostaglandins and also the interleukin 1 and TNF alpha. And this low light laser therapy accelerates the wound healing by photostimulation, which will stimulate the production of the fibroblasts. These fibroblasts are the essential building blocks of the collagen which will help for the tissue repair, and which will increases the leukocyte and macrophage activity occurs at the site of the wound due to stimulatory effect of laser light on the vascular system, and which will also regenerate the smaller capillaries a faster rate after the laser stimulation. Coming to the conclusion, it is a very easy, best method, and no consumables or no chemical immobilization is required, and it is very portable. We can taken into the any field area, and during the process of low light laser therapy, animal feels lot of soothing effect. And primary therapeutic approach for the spinal cord injury is mainly reduce the inflammation, And the non-invasive low light laser therapy at specific doses gives desirable outcome in the posterior paralysis cases.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Dr. Ramesh. Can I have quick comments from the chair and co-chair? Anything that you would like to add, sir? Dr. Paude?
It's a good presentation, but then one thing, as I have mentioned in my opening remark, was any test done for diagnosing and disturbance? In many of the cases, it as a sequelae to canine disturbance cases, and in case number 1, the animal was 11-year-old. By God's grace, it could stand, but we have not considered radiography, which is a major part of what I can say, IVDD, intervertebral disc disease, or ankylosing spondylitis, which is a common phenomena found in older felids. Number 3 is what we cannot is as laser puncture, because we have gone from the thorax to the hip. So there are certain, because laser acupuncture means there are certain specific points, only those to be stimulated. Suppose he would have gone for the certain points on the either side of the third lumbar vertebra, which is called as bivine, or he would have gone for bladder 66.
Share options for
And,
that.
it's a nice presentation that he has got the success in all 3, but we really don't know whether the laser has helped or the epidural methylprednisolone has helped. Okay, thank you so much. Any comments?
Thank you, Dr. Paude. Dr. Dooth, any comments, sir?
Ramesh, in case number 1, it was a case of renal failure.
Yes,
you
sir.
might have used the diuretic. So this paresis may be because of the low level of the potassium. So if you have estimated the potassium, it would have been better chance.
I can't hear you properly, sir.
Hello. Ramesh?
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Your first case.
Yes, sir.
It was in tiger.
Yes, sir.
And the tiger had a renal failure.
Yes, sir.
You might have used the diuretics, as you have said.
Yes, sir.
And creatinine level was 4.8.
Yes, sir.
So in that cases, these hind leg paresis might be because of the low level of the potassium.
Okay, sir.
So whenever you come across these cases, you also estimate the potassium.
Okay,
but
sir.
your efforts are
We'll
good.
do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions since we've run ahead of time. If there are any questions for the speaker, we'll take them at the end. So I'd request you to please hold on if you can. Thank you very much, Dr.
Put it in chat box. Dr. Gauri, ask them to put it in chat box.
So any questions?
Whose presentation has finished, he will reply them individually.
Right.
That will save
Thank you very much.
time of us.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesha, for your presentation. I will now request Dr. Shibu Simon for the presentation. His presentation is on medical management of cystic endometrial hyperplasia pyometra in a leucistic tiger with combination of drugs and antibiotics. You can start, sir.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Your screen is visible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all of you, respected chair, co-chair, rapporteur, dignitaries, and delegates. Here I am to present on a topic, medical management of cystic endometrial hyperplasia pyometra in a white tiger with a combination of mifepristone, misoprostol, loprostenol, cabergoline, and antibiotics. We were a team of scientists from Zoological Garden, Thiruvananthapuram, then Kerala Veterinary Animal Sciences University, Animal Husbandry Department, Kerala, and an expert from Sri Chitra also. And as you all know, CEH pyometra is a hormonally mediated fatal disease with accumulation of purulent material in the uterus, and it is very common in domestic canines and felines. as well as it is very common in lion, tiger, leopard, jaguar, and many more large captive felids. And the choice of treatment as far as the condition is concerned is by and large ovariohysterectomy. The risk factors are there in large felids, especially to surgical operations. So it includes surgical risks, anesthesia complications, post-operative complications, wound dehiscence, self-mutilations, and shock and death. So these things are very important, and in many situations, in the field situation, it will be very risky for an individual zoo veterinarian to carry out the surgery also without assistance from many experts. And evaluation of a successful protocol of medical management is all the more important. So with that introduction, I will just go into the case. It was a white tiger. Her name was Malar, 14 years, 130 kg. And she was presented with gradual discomfort, dyspepsia, polydipsia for previous 2 weeks. And there was a purulent discharge from the vagina during the last previous 2 days. And the previous history about the breeding history or the estrus history, no signs of estrus for the previous 2 months. And there was leukocytosis, neutrophilia, and high ESR at the beginning itself. So again, we conducted an ultrasonography, and cytology also was performed, and disintegrated neutrophils could be seen in the cytology smear, as well as you can see the video of the scanning going on. And there was an enlarged uterus, uterine circulations filled with pus also was visible. And is it visible now, sir?
Not yet, sir.
No, share your screen.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So, okay, with this, we could diagnose the condition, and then see, considering the seriousness of the condition, an expert panel was created by the zoo veterinarian, Dr. Jacob Alexander. And the expert panel included, as I told you, from various institutions. And considering the serious nature of the condition associated with the surgery, we thought about going for a medical management initially. And daily close monitoring was ensured by all the experts in the panel. The team of surgeons were always ready, so that if at all anything happens, we were ready for a surgical intervention also. In the first, this case is a first report of use of antiprogestins, PGs, and antiprolactinics in large felids anywhere. So we have we took almost very good care so that no complications were happening. So mifepristone we started on a day of first instance we started when we gave only for 1 day. Once daily, then we increased to twice daily on 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 15th and 22nd day. Misoprostol was started from day 4 at the rate 400 microgram orally once daily on day 4, and thereafter from 5 to 12 days. 10 days continuously, we gave it twice daily. Then cabergoline was given from day 8 to 21, once in a day for 14 days after the commencement of normal food intake. And antibiotics and supportives were also given, and there was no complete recovery. Even though animal was clinically okay, there was no complete recovery on the basis of ultrasonography. So then, with the experience and the confidence that we gained from the initial first protocol, a higher dose of mifepristone and a more potent analog of TGF-2 alpha was used in the second protocol. Mifepristone was given at the rate 300 milligram on days 24, 25, 26, 33, and 40, and cabergoline was given at the rate 0.25 milligram on from 28 to 37 in the day. That is 10 days continuously. And cloprostenol was given from day 27 at 48-hour interval. That is a 2 days interval. Total 7 shots were given, and atropine was given 15 minutes before each injection of cloprostenol. Antibiotics and supportive were given, and there was a complete clinical recovery of the case. That is what you can see from the ultrasonography images also. And coming to the final, when we conclude about the result, based on the first protocol, within 12 hours after the first dose of mifepristone, there was continuous evacuation of purulent discharge, and the condition of the animal improved. By day 4, circulations and fluidity also reduced, that you can see on the ultrasound image on the right side. But no complete recovery was seen even after 3 weeks. And so we switched over to the second protocol, wherein we got normal uterine echogenicity with no abnormal fluid accumulation within 14 days of the treatment of the second protocol. And there was an uneventful recovery. And throughout the study, close monitoring was ensured by all the experts using all telecommunication technologies and all. And the discussion, coming to the discussion, CEH pyometra, as you all know, is a hormonally mediated fatal disease with accumulation of purulent material in the uterus. And mifepristone is a progesterone antagonist, and when it is given, that will result in cervical opening without any uterine contraction within 1 to 2 days. And misoprostol, a synthetic analog of PGE1, has a strong uterotonic action but no luteolytic action. On the other hand, cloprostenol, being a synthetic analog of PGF2 alpha, it has more potent myocontracting effect and better luteolytic. It has luteolytic action also, whereas misoprostol didn't have luteolytic action. And again, cabergoline and antiprolactinic is given so that it is more effective in reversing the clinical signs of CH pyometra. And now you can see the blood parameters also, WBC going down from 24,200 to 8,500 became normal. And the ESR level also came down from say 95 to 100 to around 20, so that it also became normal. And the progesterone level is the best tool to decide on pyometra, which was 45.6 initially, came down to 0.73 at times and even 1.75 also. So, and the animal came back to estrus also within 2 to 3 weeks after the second regimen. And because of that reason, that normal physiological variation of progesterone also we could see. And coming to the conclusion, surgical risks associated with oophorectomy is the thing that we have to consider. And antiprogestins, prolactin antagonists, and prostaglandins are a very good option to be considered. Among them, we use mifepristone, misoprostol, or cloprostenol, and cabergoline protocol, whereas another molecule which is called aglipristone, which is not available in India, that also can be considered. It may have a better result. Same protocol can also be used to see that or to ensure that an animal returns to surgical fitness. So before surgery also, using the same protocol will ensure that the animal is surgically fit for the surgery. There is also another application. The protocol is to be studied in a larger number of animals to standardize further. And medical management of CH pyometra in wild felids is an excellent option, provided we have a good team to support. And these are my references. And a big thank you from all of us, and a big thank you from our friend Malar also. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you to you, Dr. Shibu, and to Malar as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any quick comments from the chair and co-chair? Dr. Paude, please.
Thanks for a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A query on the status of urea and creatinine levels in this animal, and what was the sensitivity test results of the vaginal discharge which you have received? Was there any complication of the PGs which you have?
Yes.
Because
Yes,
even
sir.
my experiences in domestic Felids, if you give cabergoline, they vomit or they have the owner comes with a complaint of constipation. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the good question, good series of questions. And among them, cabergoline, when we gave, the dose rate we have very much limited to something like 1 to 2 microgram per kg, whereas in domestic canines and felines, the usual dose rate will be around 5 microgram. But recent studies have established that even in canines and felines also, if you limit the dose like 1 to 5 microgram, that also will give an equal result. So that is the reason why we reduced the dose and we couldn't we didn't see any side effects to that. With regard to your question about bun and creatinine, every parameter of the blood chemistry we have done. Only thing is that since we have only 5 to 7 minutes, I didn't want to show all of them and confuse people also, because most of these parameters were within normal and not much variation was noticed. But we have periodically monitored it, and I have all the values with me. It's a big table because throughout the study, we have monitored that. That was ensured.
They have given a douche of deep tamed iodine, that is diluted povidone, 1% or 0.5% as a vaginal douche when we have sedated the animal probably for ultrasound. Then it would have helped to the treatment.
So douching the vagina, because the pus is in the uterus. So that is one thing. So
as it is recommended in Kirk's theory journal, probably more they have recommended it to flush it
sir,
by pus.
the earlier notion with regard to the use of iodine, even in bovines also, now they have slowly removed that protocol, those protocols. Even with regard to antiseptics also, the current knowledge says that the administration of these medicines may not be giving any positive result. Another thing, in a condition like pyometra or metritis, when an irritant drug like iodine is infused, even if it is povidone iodine, actually to a great extent, I would say it is contraindicated, because that will weaken the endometrial layer, and that will cause further absorption of the endotoxin that have been produced, and that will increase the toxemia in a way. So that is why these days, in even in puerperal metritis in bovines also, these kind of medicines are not recommended these days. And getting access into the uterus in case of wild Felids, it is very difficult if you want to do a douching or intrauterine administration, for which we might require endoscopic methods only. Otherwise, it will be difficult. That is also another thing. But antiseptics may not give any positive result. Whereas in this case, we got a very good result with this kind of a regimen, wherein antibiotics and supportives were done. As you said, we did some culture also, but culture, as you know, we got a mixed type of values and no particular growth for any particular organism. That is what we got. And another thing, one more thing about culture is that always it may not give the required results within time. So we may have to select an antibiotic. And the most of the causal organisms are those residing within the anterior vagina normally, and normal inhabitants may become pathogenic when conditions are like that. So it's a hormonal mediated condition.
We are short of time, we'll call the next presenter then. Thank you so much.
Dr. Doot, thank you, Dr. Shibu Simon. Dr. Paude, thank you very much. Dr. Doot, any quick comments so we can then move to the next one? Dr. Doot? Sir, you can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Dr. Shibu, thank you. Dr. Doot, any comments? Okay. We'll move on to the next presentation, which is breeding of leucistic tigers in National Zoological Park, New Delhi, with a special reference to management during pre and post parturition period, a case study. The presenter, can I please request that you share your screen for the presentation? Dr. Shibu, you can stop sharing your screen, please. Thank you very much. Dr. Abhijit Bhaval. Dr. Abhijit, you can start.
Well, presentation is okay. Is it?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you as well.
Yeah. A very good afternoon, respected chair, vice chair, reporter, and dignitaries. And here I would like to present breeding of leucistic tigers, white tigers in National Zoological Park. And with a special reference, I would like to present a case study of a white tigress, Nirbhaya. As all you are aware, NZP, Delhi Zoo, it's located in Delhi Zoo and is one of the oldest zoo. And we have, at present, we have a house of 11,000 numbers and with including 88 species. NZP has bred a lot of endangered species, and in fact, a lot of endangered species has gone to different zoos.
Dr. Abhijit, you directly come to the case.
Yeah, sir, I would like to present the case study. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have. So here I would be presenting a case study of tigress Nirbhaya, and Nirbhaya is zoo born and in 2015 with a previous history of false pregnancy. Now in 2020 we had a tiger Karan, which is normal coated with a white parent, and Nirbhaya coming on ISRAS on September with a 3 days meeting, we found that Nirbhaya is pregnant, and we got this confirmation for fecal sample and progesterone concentration through IVRI. After confirmation, we did a lot of things to arrange the place where we got this. Now we know that it's 90 to 100 days, and so we make, because Delhi by December it will be very cold, so we put lot of arrangements like putting of wooden planks and putting curtains of jute clothes, and the tigers was under CCTV surveillance. So after exactly 100 days from the day of its first meeting, Nirbhaya gave birth of 2 cubs, one white and one normal. And but after and the tigress Nirbhaya was taking care of the cubs, and we could evaluate that the cubs are taking milk also. But after 43 hours, we could see a signs of labor, and the tigress was gone to discomfort. So we could realize that there might be another cub, and until we do a series of tests like ultrasonography or X-ray. So we separate the cubs and we can able to take an X-ray, which of course also in anesthesia we could light dose of anesthesia, and we could able to take the animal X-ray, and we can see a cub which is in transferable position, and per vaginal manipulation we could feel there is a dystocia, there is a cub there. And startingly we take it up that we can take out the cup, but we could not, and immediately we have to go for a midline C-section. We can able to take the cub of the C-section midline, and and the whole, because the curve was in the abdominal cavity and there's a tear in the uterine muscles, so we have to remove the whole uterus, and it took 2.5 hours of operation exactly in time, and we can revive the anesthesia and the animal recovery. After the operation, the animal was under the post-operative care, and the cubs we take it up for the hand rearing. But after 36 hours, the animal collapsed, and we could see this when we could open the carcass, we could see a lot of watery like fluids, and there's inflammation in the peritoneum, and the cubs were taken out for hand rearing. So this is a typical case where we could have a tigress which has a history of false pregnancy, and then we could have taken this tigress of the pre-parturition methods, which includes putting of the planks and then taking the tigress in calving pen. But the one thing which we can look out is that even in felids, in large felids, dystocia cases are very critical, and the decision, the corrective decision in right point of time has to be taken. Surgical implantation is a very complex in treating felids. So we could have taken, and the similar case which I would like to present is that is also happened in Mago wildlife in Australia after 3-4 days, and we had consulted that what could be things which we are missing. But because while we're doing our operations, there are a lot of things which came in our mind, and whether we are doing each steps conclusively. And a carbon like same case has been happened in Australia, where a similar thing happened in lions, where they have cases of first 2 liters first came out very comfortably, and the third one came out dead, and the fourth one they have a similar case like us. So coming out, everything we have, we can say is that understanding is stress
गलत बात है जी, पापा का चल रहा है आपने बंद कर दिया.
Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Abhijit,
Yeah,
continue, please.
So,
I'd request all the participants to keep their mics on mute. Please keep your mics on mute. Go ahead, Dr. Abhijit.
Yeah, understanding signs of stress and finding compatible element during mating is really it's very interesting. And in zoos, you all aware that a lot of histories where they have series of infighting when you in stress, and there's a reporting of a male beaten up the female. So finding a compatible animal is really challenging, and mating is one of the very it's challenge. And in the first session, Narsima has told about record keeping and information. We all know white tigers have very little conservation value, but is one of the previous species which, as per the visitor point of view and as per the zoo's concern. Diagnosis of pregnancy through non-invasive techniques, of course, yes, it's through fecal sample. It's coming up very nicely, and this is the I think third case where IVERA has done a lot of help and to diagnose, because every time doing ultrasound of a tiger's in a pregnant tiger in taking in squeeze case is there are challenges in it. So once the tiger, so this non-invasive techniques and getting markers of pregnancy is really helpful. Supplements, prepared net or spot cell, like we have done this time, it's really necessary, because you need to understand your species. Now we have a zoo-born animal, so comparatively he was very comfortable with us and we can manage it. But in case of species which are wild, and these are dystocia or cesarean cases can happen. So we need to prepare our spot or cell where this has to management has to be one has to be very ready that small cases of like this we had can be arise. We use a mixture of xylazine hydrochloride and ketamine, and we all know that how anesthetics, it's difficult to pertain anesthetics that is 100 mg per ml and ketamine. So we have able to got, and I got very good results of sedation, and of course recovery was we found it very good. So this is of course one can have for other drugs like the melatonin, which helps in really good. So this is all we can take away from this case. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Any question, I will accept it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhijit. Dr. Paude, any comments, please?
Yeah, they have at least done the C section. Unfortunately, they could not save the dam. The tigress died, but then yes, there was no other go because if they would have manipulated it much, then again they were added for it. So thank you so much. In some the audience, if they want to ask a question, please.
Dr. Doot, any comments? Dr. Vinod Doot, any comments, sir?
Good attempt was made.
I'm sorry?
Good attempt was made.
It was made.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, good attempt
Yes.
was made. Okay.
Thank
Now
you
you
very
call the
much.
next.
Yes, thank you for the comments. Thank you, Dr. Abhijit, for the presentation. You can
I have
stop
one question,
sharing.
ma'am. Can I have one question?
Oh, Dr. Prayag, yes.
Ma'am, there are
Yes, Dr. Prayag.
there are a lot of literature available which don't allow the breeding of white tigers. In spite of literature available, why it's still practiced? I agreed. Exhibition purpose, fine, but why to breed them when we have a clear-cut literature telling not to breed them?
Dr. Abhijit, would you take this question?
Yeah, see, I take this as breeding of white tigers in zoos. Now, breeding of white tigers in zoos, and I am suppose you are telling about white tigers, right? Not about the normal coated color.
No, white tigers, yeah.
Yeah, so white tigers, there's a clear literature says that we should not breed white tigers, and in zoos there is a thing that we brought, and the thing is that we have tried for heterozygosity. Now the yellow color, the current, which is yellow color, had some of course has some white variant. So we tried, this is that we want to breed these white tigers. Now if you have the question right, why we need to breed and why we want that our white tigers, and why we need that. Now this is a really question which is needs a policy, because CZA clearly states that breeding of conservation breeding of normal tigers. I think it's, am I clear to you? Hello?
No, that's my point. That's my point.
I think
this
sorry?
question.
That's my point. Normal tigers breeding is perfect, understandable. Why, in spite of so much of literature available, not to breed white tigers? Why it's still practiced? For what reason?
Dr. Prayag, we put it.
Yes.
We have finished 1 hour. We have finished only 3 hours. We have another 90. Please bear with me.
Dr. Prayag, you could put your question in the chat box here and we'll have the team from Delhi Zoo respond to you. We have a bunch of presentations, so we'd like to move forward very quickly so that we can accommodate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Please present, Dr.
Yes, sir. The next presentation is by Dr. Sarat Kumar Sahu from Nandankanan Zoological Park. Cytoxoonosis in Bengal tiger at Nandankanan Zoological Park. Dr. Abhijit, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Just wait a minute, Dr. Gauri, just wait.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a, yes,
On the top of the, yeah, okay. Thank you. Dr. Sahu, you can share your screen, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Am I audible, ma'am?
हो गया, Dr. Abhijit, हो गया. Thank you.
Is it visual, ma'am?
Dr. Sahu?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, can you make this full screen, please?
1 minute, man. Okay. Is it okay, ma'am, now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair.
Could you be a
Co-chair,
little
and-
louder, please, Dr. Sahu?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
So myself, Dr. Sarat Kumar Shah, working as veterinary surgeon at Nandankanan Zoological Park since 2010. And now I'm going to present one case study, cytozoonosis, Bengal tiger, at Nandankanan Zoological Park. Coming to the introduction, feline cytozoonosis is an emerging fatal tick-borne hematoprotozoan disease caused by cytogenous Felid belonging to the Felid family. So it's a tick-borne disease. Amblyomma americanum and Dermacentra variabilis are the primary tick vectors. Those are responsible for the transmission and maintenance of the parasite. This disease has been documented in wild felids like wild cats, lions, captive bred Asian tigers, and puma. The bobcat acts as the reservoir host, and the surviving domestic cats also can transmit the infection and act as the reservoir host of the parasite. Apart from these, other cats like mountain lions, ocelots, spotted cats, and jaguars can also act as reservoir or incidental hosts. Very few reports are available regarding these incidents. I have collected 2 reports, one in a 7-year-old white tigress in a private breeding facility in northern Florida and an 18-week-old Bengal tiger maintained in German zoo. Apart from that, they are not in available literature. No such reporting is available. It's not moving on. Coming to the case proper, case history and observation. The tiger is a 10-year-old male RBT named Manish, weighing about 200 kg, a huge, robust male tiger.
Speak bit louder.
Oh, okay. I'm just increasing my volume. Is it okay, ma'am? Now? The disease onset of sickness observed in the March 2018, and the sickness lasts for 6 months. The animal keeper reported that the animal has accepted the given day, and it is very lethargic, weak. When we approached, we got that it is looking feverish. We brought it to the squeeze case and shifted to the inpatient ward at the Zoo Hospital, and the body temperature was measured 103.5 degree Fahrenheit. It was also very clear that it was losing its body condition, and the scat contained undigested meat and bone pieces with a foul smelling. Later on, the scat becomes light gray to white in color. Blood samples collected from the tail vein and examined at the Zoo Hospital. There was anemia 7.6 gram percentage, and the leukocytosis TLC count increased to 30,400, and the platelet count down to less than 1 lakh, 0.9 lakhs, and neutrophil count for 91%. In blood biochemistry, the alanine transaminase is very high, 367, and aspartate transaminase 228, alkaline phosphate 151, glucose level liquid, and total protein also 6.3. Based on these hematology and biochemistry finding, we here concluded tentatively that it's a hemoprotozoan disease, and for more examination, we sent the blood sample to the Center for Wildlife Health located at College of Veterinary Science here at Bhubaneswar. Smear examination stained in ginseng stain got signet ring-shaped pyroplasms located towards the periphery of infected erythrocytes, which are suggestive of cytogenesis like a Theileria-like species, whereas the Theileria is a pleomorphic in shape, cytoxan signet ring-shaped pyroplasms are present. Later, PCR was conducted at CWH, and the blood sample found positive for cytoxan Felid through PCR, producing a product size of 651 base pair using ITS1 primers. Based on all these findings, clinical signs, biochemical alterations, and molecular findings, we confirmed it as a case of cytogenesis, a hemoprotozoan infection of Felids. This is the blood smear. The pyroplasms are seen at the periphery of the infected erythrocytes, stained in ginseng. For therapeutic management, started with a broad spectrum antibiotic, ceftriaxone and tazobactam for 5 days, and at rate 10 milligram per kg body, which continued for 45 days. In supportive therapy to restore hepatobiliary function, as we have seen that in blood biochemistry, the ALT and AST are very high. So, to restore the hepatobiliary function, we started ursodeoxycholic acid tablets, Udiliv 300, 2 tablets per day, and lecithin capsules, HHL-L, at 4 capsules per day. And to improve the hemoglobin concentration, iron capsules daily, 2 capsules daily, and B-complex vitamin, Bicosol, 2 capsules daily. This therapy continued for 45 days, except the broad spectrum antibiotics, which is given for 5 days intramuscularly. Coming to the results, the tiger responded very well to the treatment within a week, and it started taking meat. Appetite becomes near to normal. The fecal sample scat consistency improved, and it looks energetic. Hematocrit values also started improving. The tiger from inpatient ward to the some exercise and some. After 2 months, there was a relapse, and the clinical signs reappear. Clinical signs this time were more aggressive, and the animal again became lethargic, dull. The hemoglobin level falls down. The liver enzymes go up. This time the scat becomes light gray to white, and the gum, visible mucous membrane gum, becomes pale and yellowish. It started accumulating fluid in the abdomen. There is ascites, and slowly there was edematous swelling at the base of the tail, which gradually covers the whole tail. Of the hind limbs. We have started the therapy.
Dr. Sahu, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you will have to please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. There is only one slide left.
Okay.
we again started with the doxycycline, and this time we added a single dose of imidocarb at rate 3.5 mg per kg subcutaneously. But the drugs didn't respond and the condition deteriorated rapidly, and the tiger became debilitated and succumbed to its chronic illness of 6 months in the September 2018 with a terminal sign of respiratory difficulty already seen. This is a 10-year-old male tiger after relapse of the reappearance of the clinical signs. Such a big male tiger become very debilitated and only skeletons are there. This is the color of this cat. It is gray in color, which is suggestive of hepatobiliary dysfunction. The bile is not coming. That's why the color is such a light color. This is the oral mucous membrane, pale yellowish oral mucous membrane with some gum bleeding. After death, we conducted postmortem. There was yellowish red tinged 5 liters of peritoneal fluid. The liver is enlarged with multiple necrotic foci throughout the parenchyma. Gallbladder is thickened with statues of thick dark colored bile. Congested, consolidated, yellowish tinged for the exudates coming from the bronchi and bronchioles and the cut surfaces. There was also splenomegaly, spleen was enlarged. So, discussion based on the above clinical signs, which is already reported in other cats, but only 2 tigers are found. So, based on clinical signs, the similar clinical signs found by other authors. Here we have conducted blood smear examination and PCR. Though blood smear examination is commonly used, but to differentiate C. felis erythroparasitism from Babesia, Mycoplasma species, and Havel jelly bodies, PCR assay seems to be more sensitive. Here, our case is chronic, but the reported 2 cases of tigers are very acute, and they were only 1 to 4 days with fatal outcome. Range of antiprotozoal drugs are available like atovacan, azithromycin, imidocarb, doxycycline, and diaminogen spirit used in such cases, but they have inconsistent success. Atovacan and azithromycin is considered as the most effective for treatment of acute infection with 60.4% of success rate. In contrast, only 25.9% of domestic cats receiving imidocarb and doxycycline have survived. But despite therapy, the case fatality rate continues to remain over 90%. Here, due to non-availability of atovacan, we used doxycycline and imidocarb combination that responded well initially, but relapse occurred, which proved to be fatal. Atovacan is an anti-malarial drug. We contacted many agencies, but it was not available in India. So we used the second drug regime. Conclusion: since as there is no efficacious therapy is available for cytoxinosis, it is better to follow a strict preventive protocol against tick vector. Limiting contact of captive large felids with the free-ranging wild felids and domestic felids will definitely help in preventing this disease. Routine application of acaricides simultaneously on body of the animal and in the enclosure will prevent this tick vector. Phytoxin felis is yet to be cultured continuously in vitro, which greatly hinders the study of the parasite's biology and vaccine development. So with this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahu. Dr. Paude, any comments, please?
See, in remarks, I forgotten to insist on these hemoprotozoan disease, which are again upcoming. But then we have got success in one of the cases of Etawah lion safari. We have used primaquine for himoprotozoan, and it is available well. Of course, I am not the authority, but then my experience with imidacloprid large felids is not very good. It is always discouraging. So anyway, acaricides. Again, somebody from US has visited Etawah Lion Safari, and he discouraged the use of application of pesticides on the body because pets are self-grooming species, so they leak off the drug. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Dhoot, thank you.
Dr. Sahu.
Dr. Paude, thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir.
Dr. Dhoot.
Dr. Sahu, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what was the level of parasitemia when you estimate the day first? And how long you monitor?
It is about 4%, sir.
No, see, how long you monitor the big cat? This in terms of the either PCR or blood smell on weekly basis, monthly basis, for reduction of the
Sir, I'm not able to hear the question properly, but what I understood that we have continuously monitored the animal, using it inside the inpatient ward. A total of 10 blood smears examined through these 5.5 to 6 months, and 3 PCRs conducted. And all these PCRs were conducted at Center for Wildlife Health, College of Veterinary Science. There is a full-fledged laboratory there, molecular lab. They have conducted the PCR. We have routinely monitored its hematology and biochemistry and blood smear examination. We are doing it. In fast treatment, the blood smear becomes negative, but after that it reappeared. We failed to find it in the blood smear, but it was positive in the PCR.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the comments, Dr. Paude, Dr. Dhoot. We move on to the next presentation now, which is the first ever incidence of COVID-19 disease in 8 Asiatic lions at Nehru Zoological Park, Hyderabad, Telangana, and its successful management by Dr. A. Rakesh from Nehru Zoological Park, Hyderabad. Dr.
Gauri,
Rakesh,
can you please, I'm interrupting, please give a call or reminder after 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll not finish these many extras. Only 4 we have finished. Another 18 to go.
I will remind at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Dr. Rakesh, can you please share your screen? Dr. Paude, if you permit, I will just move on to the next one here since we don't have
Yes,
anyone.
yes, yes. Please move to the next.
Yes, thank you. The next presentation is otitis externa, successful medical management in a wild tiger by Dr. Ramesh again from Bannerghatta Biological Park. Dr. Ramesh, you can start, please. Dr. Ramesh?
Doctor, we come to the history and now we don't go on introduction. We all know what is otitis externa.
We can probably do Dr. Ramesh's presentation last since he's having some difficulty in connection. We can do this presentation last, sir.
Please call the name. Please call the name.
Yes. Next presentation is management of peritonitis secondary to uterine rupture by laparotomy. Oh,
Gauri, probably he has
okay. Dr. Ramesh, we will do your presentation last, so you can keep it ready. If necessary, we will share it. So hold on, please. We will invite you to speak at the end.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. I'll invite Dr. Vijay Kumar from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, for management of peritonitis secondary to uterine rupture by laparotomy in a female leopard. Please start. Dr. Vishnu, we can't hear you.
problem in presentation. Please call the next one. Okay, share. We'll keep him in the last.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll move to the next one then. This is the presentation is by Dr. Andrew Cushing from Tennessee. And the presentation is on diagnosis, management, and treatment of SARS-CoV-2 infected captive tigers and respected husbandry staff. Over to you,
Can you
Dr.
hear me?
Andrew. Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And can you see my screen? You can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference. It's an honor. I, appreciated it so far. So hopefully I can add something and promote some discussion from a diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2 that we had in some Malayan tigers over here in Knoxville, Tennessee. So just some background. I think as most people here know, large non-domestic felids have been reported to be susceptible to SARS-CoV-2, including lions, tigers, leopards, cougars, and that's just a few of the species that I've did a quick search on and have spoken to vets over here in the States about. Generally, their clinical signs include lethargy, anorexia, and a cough, which may or may not vary with severity depending on the age and species. And I've spoke to lots of vets here in the States about cases they've had. Almost all of them seem to have self-resolved with minimal medical interaction. So people have used antibiotics for secondary infections or non-steroidals to manage fever and things like that. Almost all got better. The only fatality that I've heard of or spoke about was in a cat that had a significant comorbidities, so disseminated neoplasia, and had a pyometra at the same time as well. So I'd be interested to hear if anybody else has had any different experiences. So we had 3 tigers back in October 2019 that presented with these classic clinical signs. We did some initial diagnostics, including blood work, and we have a fair amount of blastomycosis, which is a fungal disease over here. So generally, any respiratory issues we test for routine. That was all negative, and we tested for SARS-CoV-2 by nasal swabs, oral swabs, and fecal swabs. So this is just a cough. I don't know if you can hear this, if this sound comes through. Does that sound transmit through the screen?
No, not really, but
Well, it's a dry kind of cough that you might imagine, and a wheeze. This animal the same. I don't know if you can hear that or not, really. But anyway, you can see this animal is otherwise kind of bright. Minimal other signs other than dry wheeze and a cough. These are signs listed by table. So the 3 separate cats, variation in severity. So Tiger 1 was certainly the most affected animal, and lasted about 2 weeks of clinical signs from 0 to lethargy, anorexia, and a cough. Tiger 2 was moderately affected, and also had a mucoid discharge from the eyes. And Tiger 3 was really very mildly affected. And to be honest, with Tiger 2 and 3, if it wasn't for the positive diagnosis in Tiger 1, we may not have chased diagnostics on those 2 because they were so mild in terms of clinical signs. So just to give you an idea of where we're at, we got this positive diagnosis, and there was a concern about human exposure or spread to other animals in the zoo. So we sampled and then followed up samples for shedding of the virus and for development of antibodies in these cats. We also tested some nearby white-handed gibbons. So this circle that appeared on the map down there, just down here, if you can see my arrow, that's where the white-handed gibbons live, just next door to the tigers. And we did some testing on the chimps and gorillas, which are way over the other side of the zoo, but they had some shared husbandry and vet staff that went between those 2 areas. So there was some concern for spread within the zoo as well with different species. Then the Department of Health got involved and did a lot of human testing and wanted to see if there was an indexed human case that they could find. So this is a post confirmed positive. And just going in here, this is the tiger holding area. This tiger's moderately sedated, so I use medetomidine and midazolam as a heavy sedative protocol, which allows me to kind of get access through a fence towards the head end. It's not a powerful enough sedation protocol that I'd be comfortable working directly with the head or being in the cage with the tiger, but it does let me access the back leg from here. And you can't quite see, but there's a stick over the cat's neck to stop the head moving with that sedation protocol. This is us obtaining awake samples. So what they do, they target train the cat here. This is blood in this squirt thing. And what they do, they introduce the oral swab inside the cheek, and we do that with the cats on a routine basis as follow-up. That was pretty easy to do, as well as the feces. The nasal swabs, as you'll see in the next video, they became not very amenable to it. So this cat, kind of saw this swab come in. As soon as it got close to its nose, this is on the 3rd or 4th nasal swab, that was unimpressed, I would say. And then you can see here, we're just trying to tempt him over. And as soon as he sees the swab, you see the reaction. So the nasal swabs, which I'm sure we've all experienced, are not very comfortable. And certainly seems the same way for tigers, and difficult to follow up in conscious animals. So results-wise, we saw shedding of the virus from the nasal and the oral cavity for about 2 weeks post clinical signs. In the feces, it was about 1 month. That's virus that we could sequence, so live virus, I guess, and certainly positive by PCR, up to 32 days, which is a little bit shorter than previously reported. And we measured antibodies. There was 2 cats that were trained for blood samples, so we could measure antibodies in them routinely. And we stopped at about 3 months post-infection, where they were both positive, but kind of tailing off. So, I think if you track the graph out, they probably last about 4 months in terms of antibody titers. We didn't have any results found in primates or those with, nothing in the gorillas, the chimps, or the gibbons. This is an interesting little portion to it. So we didn't find an index human case, but we did have one zookeeper who was PCR negative, worked with the tigers, developed symptoms, and then became PCR positive. Based on genetic sequencing, it seems that she was infected with essentially the same viral strain as the tiger. The thought is that she got it from the tigers, despite PPE, so mask, gloves, suits, as you could see in the previous video. So a little discussion, because I know 7 minutes is coming close. We think the tigers were likely infected by either an unknown staff member. We did lots of investigations, but didn't find a definitive positive staff member. And despite masks, gloves, and social distancing where possible. Potentially, the tigers affected by the public. The closest fence line to the human or the public area is about 6 feet away. There is a raised walkway, which is about 8 feet above a rock where they often sleep. So you could envisage that somebody walking over the tiger's coughs or sneezes, and the droplets fall onto the tiger and it gets infected that way. But I think if we look at this picture as a whole and look around the world where lots of zoos have had infections, I just wonder if we're missing a route of exposure in zoo animals, or if they're more sensitive than we thought. You look at all these zoos that have had them, San Diego in the gorillas, a lot of zoos in big cats, despite the fact that people are wearing masks and gloves and being cautious, are doing health checks before they go to work. People are trying not to go when they're COVID positive to work. Despite all these precautions, we're still seeing these infections in animals. So I just wonder if there's something we're missing here. In my experience, it seems to be self-limiting without treatment in otherwise healthy animals, which is obviously a good thing. Although, as I said, I think I'm open to more ideas or more experiences that the group can share. As we saw, awake nasal swabs do become harder to obtain with each sampling situation, but feces was definitely useful and less invasive. So there's no real need to get a tiger's face, if you will. And we have a high index of suspicion that a keeper was infected by a tiger in this case, which is, as far as I'm aware, the first reverse zoonosis outside of mink, which was reported in Denmark. This is the first time we've had a non-domestic felid infecting a human. So just to thank my team. So I think you guys know Dr. Ed Ramsey. Me and him worked together for a number of years, and he retired last year. He's been replaced by Dr. Julie Sheldon. And also, I'd like to thank the Tennessee people that helped out, the Department of Health, the CDC, the study area that ran all our swabs and ran the genetic sequences. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I think I'm at about a little bit over 7 minutes, so I apologize. But if there's any questions, I'm here and available.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. Thank you very much. Dr. Paude, any quick comments?
Thank you so much. Doctor, you have a brief and sleek presentation, but what I know, this is what is happening in our country also now, and other in the continent, that what to call it, anthroponosis or reverse zoonosis, I should say. It is occurring from the human zookeepers or the caretakers of these animals, and probably I may take you back again what I have spoken in my opening remark. It is, as you have said rightly, it doesn't need any medication because it's self-limiting, and the drugs which what is given in domestic felids, they are nelfinavir and or they are really hard to get, And unlike humans like levamisole and HQCSR, they are not recommended to be used in phthalates. So thank you so much for a nice presentation. But then I'm surprised that unidentified staff, how it has, it means the staff might have come in contact of some infected one, and actually the staff was negative for the infection. This could be the reason. That's what the staff's test proved negative. Thank you so much. Thanks for a nice. If anybody would like to react, please have a conversation.
Dr. Dut. Thank you, Dr. Bowdy. Dr. Dut.
Congratulations, Dr. Andrew. I had a contact with you 1 month back. If you remember.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Email.
Yeah. Ramsey is a good friend of mine. So
Me
I
too.
have one query.
He's fine.
You presented that the viruses, they are shared in fecal material for 32 days. Hello?
Yeah, it was shared in the feces for 32 days, correct.
Yeah, right. As far as the nasal secretion or oral secretions, they are shedding for 7 to 10 days or 14 days. So what is the reason why the viruses, they are shedding from the fecal material for 32 days, even though the virus is affecting respiratory tract only?
I think if you look at the human literature as well, I think it's actually the same for people. So there's a GI kind of infection setup, which is weird because we don't see any GI signs, but it seems to hang around longer and be passed in the feces for longer than the respiratory secretions. And it's the respiratory disease that clues us into them being affected. But yeah, it seems to hang around longer in the feces, and it's a little bit spooky because then it becomes a human health concern if there's live virus in the feces for way after they've stopped showing clinical signs, especially if the clinical signs are fairly non-specific and nobody knows that they actually have the virus. If you imagine there's an enclosed space and the zookeepers are cleaning the area with hoses, it makes steam and aerosolizes things. You could see that as a potential source of infection, I think.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. Couple of comments for you in the chat box, so if you could please look at them. Thank you very much. We will move on to our next presentation now, which is extirpation of eyeball in Indian leopard at Gadag Zoo in Karnataka. Dr. Jatanwar is going to present. Do you need help with the presentation, Doctor?
Okay. Yes, madam. I want to please share my PPT.
Yes.
So Jatanwar, you have only 5 minutes, huh? Please stick to the time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
It's already 4:10 now.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. This is the extirpation of the eyeball in the Indian leopard suffering from glaucoma at Gadag Zoo. So I am Dr. P.S. Jatanwar, having MUSc in surgery and radiology, working as a chief veterinary officer in Polyclinic Animal Husbandry Department, Gadag. Okay, next slide, please. So all you know that glaucoma is an eye condition caused by abnormality.
Keep it, doctor, please keep it and directly go to the surgery, please. Anesthesia and surgery.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, next slide, please. Change the slide, madam. Hello.
Vivekji, next slide, please.
Slide change. Change the slide, madam.
Yes, just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. So this is a leopard that is having 11 years age, rescued and kept in captive. You can see the bulging of the eyeball at the right side, and there is a cloudy formation and bluish and there is a corner ulcer you can see. So next slide, please. So you use the anesthesia, that is xylazine ketamine combinations, 1 mg per kg body weight, and the ketamine 2.1 mg per kg body weight, and you maintain the anesthesia using the propofol anesthesia, that is 3.3 mg per kg body weight. The xylazine and the ketamine anesthesia is given anesthesia up to 45 minutes. Then onwards you started giving the propofol anesthesia to maintain the anesthetic period. So hyperthermia along with the bradycardia and decreased respiration were observed. So vital signs like body temperature, heart rate, and respiration rate were observed at the 0 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes, and 40 minutes. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the surgery which I have conducted. Here we are not having that time the surgery room or any hospital room. We done it in the animal enclosure itself by virtue with the help of the Dr. Sri Ravi BP sir, member secretary, Karnataka Zoo Authority. They helped in the next year 40 lakhs sanctioned for the hospital to build in Gadag Zoo. So now you are having very good hospital in Gadag Zoo. So next slide, please. So surgery, here the site was prepared for aesthetic surgery, and extirpation of the eyeball was done as per the standard procedure. And after cutting the subcutaneous tissue and the skin and subcutaneous tissue, a knot was applied to the optic bundle with the chromic catgut number 1, and the entire eyeball was removed, and the skin was stitched with the nylon interrupted the vertical matter sutures. So for the drainage purpose, we have kept one opening in the middle canthus so that the post-operative swelling should not be there, and drainage should be very easy. And animal was given the Ringer's lactate and dextrose normosaline 400 ml each, and it was treated with the intercept tazo and antibiotics and meloxicam, painkiller, intact antacids, and belamul B complex for 5 days. Animal shifted to squeeze cage. After surgery, recovered from anesthesia after 3 hours. We are not given any reversal to this animal because slow recovery we needed. Wound dressing was done for 10 days, and the stitches were removed on the 10th day. Once again, we used the xylazine and ketamine combination anesthesia. You can see there is animal has cooperated very nicely without any self scratching or mutilation. And you can see in this slide, the animal is enjoying the beef pieces and having showing the only one eye was completely healed, and it was a great success for us. Next slide, please. So discussion, according to Brownie Cornish feline vision problems, treatment of glaucoma is very tough. Even though if you use the eye drops which are containing darzolamide and the timolol, which we having along with the steroids to reduce that will reduce the intraocular pressure. If the infection caused glaucoma, progressive vision loss will be there that can be retarded by treatment. In some cases, surgical removal of the affected eyeball or one or both eyes may be necessary. The disorder tends to be occur in cats that are middle aged or older, hence extirpation of the eyeball is done in this case. Summary, glaucoma of eye common in dog, people, rare in cats, that too negligible in big cats and unnoticed in wild. Even though treatment for glaucoma is possible using anti-glaucoma drugs in cats and dogs, but it is difficult to in big cats like a tiger, lions, and leopards. Daily putting drops is not possible. Hence, to avoid further deterioration, extirpation is better in these cases. So I conclude mine.
Thank you very much, sir. Well done in the time that was given to you. Very succinctly put. So, Dr. Paude, comments from you, sir?
It's a good effort. It would have been avoided since, but they are remove the eye ultimately. Otherwise, it increase the intraocular pressure. Number one. Number two, he is really lucky and fortunate that the animal didn't scratch the right eye with his right dew claw. Normally, leopards are very notorious, and even if you do a minor stitching also, they will remove it by the dew claw. So either dew claw taping was to be done, or I normally put the plastic buckets as a Elizabethan collar to them.
Yes, Elizabeth collars.
Nice. We'll call the next one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Question, madam.
Thank you, sir.
And the others will put it in chat box.
Okay.
Dr. Baude, thank you. And I'll just give Dr. Dhoot 1 minute if he has any comments. Sir, any comments?
No, continue.
All right. Thank you very much. The next presentation is already up. So this is the management of arthritis and dislocation of phalanges in an incapacitated tiger by neurectomy. And the presentation is by Dr. Upadhyay from the Wildlife Research and Training Center, MAPSU. Sir, over to you.
Gauri, instead of Dr. Upadhyay, Dr. Badane will present this case.
That's fine, sir. Dr. Paude, Dr. Badani is going to present in place of Dr. Upadhyay.
Tell her the time limit, madam. Only 5 minutes, huh? So without going.
Yeah, Dr. Bhagyashree, you have 5 minutes, so you can, sort of go through your slides in that time period.
Gauri, Dr. Badane is audible?
I can't hear her, sir.
Okay.
She's not able to.
Yes, Dr. Bhagyashree, can you unmute, please?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Go ahead, Dr. Bhagyashree.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman, Dr. Paude sir, Co-Chairman, Dr. Dhoot sir, Rapporteur Gauri ma'am. Myself, Dr. Bhagyashree Badane, Subject Matter Specialist, WITC Gorewada Nagpur, is presenting the work done on management of arthritis and dislocation of phalanges in an incapacitated tiger by neurectomy. An adult male tiger weighing approximately 145 kilograms was rescued from poacher's trap in village Gonmohadi in Chandrapur district. The left forelimb paw was caught in the trap, and as a result, the middle 2 digits developed gangrene and were amputated to save the tiger's life. The other 2 digits were fine and they did not develop gangrene. So the case was managed with routine dressing with antiseptics and biological dressings. Post-operatively antibiotics and anti-inflammatories were given. But the tiger was not fit to release in the jungle. That is why the tiger was kept at Maharaj Bagh Zoo, Nagpur since 2012. Due to loss of 2 digits, the tiger started showing symptoms of limping. And due to prolonged limping, the tiger was suffering with intense pain, which was indicated by growling and whining during walking in the kraal. However, the tiger was absolutely fine, and it was at comfort. When at rest, the appetite was totally normal, but subsequently the tiger was shifted to Gorewada Rescue Center. Here we can see the tiger at discomfort during walk in the crawl. It's a loss of 2 middle digits. Because the tiger was at discomfort, it was decided to go for further diagnosis with the help of radiography. And the radiographic examination was done on the affected limb. The radiographic examination, it revealed the osteophyte formation around the digits. Again, there was arthritic changes in the phalangeal joints, and the floppy toe was present hanging on one side. To help with the further diagnosis and clarity, the team went for radiography of the normal contralateral paw. Here we can see the normal contralateral paw on the right extreme, and the left side radiograph, they show the x-rays of the affected limb. Here we can see the floppy toe as well as the osteophytes around the phalangeal digital bones and the arthritic changes in the phalangeal joints. The case was thoroughly discussed by veterinarians with the human orthopedic surgeon Dr. Babulkar and Dr. Peter from University of Leeds from UK, and thereafter the decision was taken to make the tiger free of pain by planning neurectomy of the affected limb. Also, the administration of intraarticular injections of the corticosteroids were planned to alleviate the animal from the pain during limping. During surgery, the tiger was anesthetized with the dissociative anesthesia using combination of injections hydrogen hydrochloride at the dose rate of 0.7 milligram per kg body weight and injection ketamine hydrochloride at the dose rate of 7 milligram per kg body weight. The neurectomy procedure was performed, wherein the branches of the radial, ulnar, and median nerves, which were innervating the digital digits of the affected limb, were dissected, and they were to relieve the animal from the pain. Again, the intraarticular injection of the methylprednisolone was given intraarticularly as a supplement. Vicryl number 1 was used for the suturing. Here on the right extreme, you can see the postoperative limb, wherein and also the neurectomy. In addition to that, the lateral digit which was present were amputated during the procedure because we were planning something further in future. The limb
Madam,
was bandaged post.
Please conclude, madam.
Yes, sir. Only one slide left, sir. Post-operatively, the animal was given antibiotics, injection ceftriaxone at the dose rate of 25 mg per kg body weight, BID for 5 days, and injection Melonex at the dose rate of 0.2 milligram per kg body weight for 3 days. Post-operatively, we could see the limb in the left extreme photograph, which is 7 days post-operatively. Around 45 days post-operative, the next photograph is showing the after neurectomy. Post-operatively, it was observed that the animal was showing less pain during walking, which was evident by less whining and growling, and again the speed of the walk was improved during walking in the crawl. Subsequently, after 6 months, one surgery was planned wherein a prosthetic limb was designed and it was tried to fit to the affected limb of the Sahib Rao. Probably it was the first attempt ever made to put a prosthetic limb to any tiger in the world. Although the surgery could not be successful, post-operatively the animal was with the limb for half an hour, but as soon as the animal was coming out of the anesthesia, it removed the limb. However, we have not lost the hope. Our team of veterinarians is in contact with VNIT for further better planning or designing of the prosthetic limb. Thank you very much. This is our WRTC team with Sahib. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bhagyashree. Dr. Paude, any comments?
It was a nice presentation, and kudos to them for attempting the first ever prosthesis. Probably, in my knowledge, there must be something going on in abroad, and they might have done it. But then, yes, it was a good attempt, and they are looking for another limb for the animal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Doot, any comments? Any experience that you'd like to share?
No, I am the party to this, so I cannot comment.
Which is why I said experience. Anyway, thank you very much, sir. We will quickly move on to the next presentation then. It's a presentation by Dr. C. Purnima, a rare case of gastric hairball in captive Indian leopard. She's from the Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, Kerala. Dr. Purnima.
Hello. Yes, madam.
Please share your screen, Dr. Purnima.
Okay, madam.
Dr. Purnima, please stick to the time. We have 5 minutes only.
Okay. Is it visible, madam?
Not, yeah, there we go. It is now. Full screen.
ma'am.
Yes, please start.
Okay. Today I'm going to present a rare case of gastric hairball in captive Indian leopard, Panthera pardus fusca. This is outline of my presentation. And trichobasaurs or hairballs are concretions of undigested hair moistened by bile and other gastric fluids. It is usually very common in cats, but in not much common in larger felids. But it has been reported in some of the species like lion, tiger, and lynx, but not yet been in leopard. And this might be due to the peculiarity of short hair and solitary nature of the leopard when compared to lion and tiger. They have longer hairs as well as they have social behavior. And to the best of our knowledge, this seemed to be the first report of hairball in a captive Indian leopard. Coming to case details, the animal was 25 years age, female, Panthera pardus of 35 kg weight. It died in the zoological gardens Trivandrum. And animal had anorexia for 1 week. And about history, it has occasional bloated abdomen on excessive intake of food, but it used to recover within 12 to 24 hours by its own without warranting any clinical management. And apart from that, animal was healthy and it had an earlier history of dermatitis 10 years back, which was later completely cured by treatment using ectoparasiticide. And on necropsy, the animal appeared pale. All the organs appeared much pale, and heart, there was hypertrophy of the left ventricle. At the same time, there was dilatation of the right ventricle, and lung appeared collapsed, and there was multifocal bullous emphysema, and attached to that there was eclectiasis. Liver also appeared congested. In kidney was appeared pale with pitted appearance on the renal cortical surface, and also there was a focal necrotic lesion. This is the cross section. Here also we can appreciate the necrotic area. And intestine, there was hemorrhagic streaks, multiple hemorrhagic streaks were visible in the ileum. And to our surprise, while opening the stomach, there was a large mass of hairball, about of dimension 15 into 10 centimeter, and it was having a duffy consistency. On detailed examination, it came to be about 10 to 15 individual masses of hair of varying sizes. And stomach was having a dark discoloration and hemorrhagic streaks were there, suggesting some gastritis. And on blood smear examination of the heart, there was a mild infection of babesiosis. And impression smears was also taken from different organs, but the number of cells were normal and morphology was normal. So the proximate cause of death was found to be a collapse of lungs resulting in asphyxiation. Also pooling of the blood in the hepatic sinusoid suggested about cardiogenic shock. So animal was also very aged also. So the death must be attributed to multi-organ failure. In this case, the finding of hairball in stomach is an incidental finding only, but this seems to be the might not be reported elsewhere in leopards. Coming to discussion, as I told, these hairballs are very common in cats, but it's not much common in wilder animals. In cats, due to its physiology, like it has grooming habits and a barbed tongue structure, it used to groom always. So in young fastidious long-haired breeds like Persian breeds, they will ingest a large amount of hair. So they also lack a strong petality contraction. So if there is any infection like dermatitis, this can all add up to formation of hairballs. Hairballs are usually diagnosed by physical examination, ultrasonography, etc. And normally this will be cleared from the body either by regurgitation or defecation. But if it is accumulating over a period of time, it can form a large wet lump and often causing obstruction in esophagus and intestine. And also a lot of commercial products are available like cat laxative for the treatment. But in the case of larger felids, this grooming to some extent in longer haired felids like in the main region of the lion, it is hairs are much longer. And also in the tiger, they can cause formation of hairballs. And also the restricted activity can be a factor. And in the case of larger felids, this physical examination is often difficult, and also this ultrasonography require anesthesia. Coming to in the present case, the animal had a history of dermatitis 10 years ago. So this might have started the cause formation of a single hairball in the stomach. Later, over a period of time, slowly, but without causing any obstruction, that might have accumulated to form a larger mass, which was causing irritation and damage to the mucosa, often during the peristaltic movement, finally leading to gastritis. And
Purnima,
this
please
might have
conclude.
caused. Okay,
Please
sir.
continue.
Okay, sir. So that might be due to multi-organ failure. The significance, even though the rhicobusters are less in captive larger felids, this might have can lead to complications like erosions, ulceration, peritonitis, etc., gastric obstruction. All these conditions sometimes even cause death. So concluding, the incidence of dermatitis can be related with chance for formation of hairballs, and treatment is directly surgery. And also we can go for intravenous rehydration, mild petroleum-based laxatives for the evacuation. So prevention by management of the underlying disease leading to hair accumulation and hair coat management and others. So even though finding of the trichobasaur is an incident finding in the present case, it can be a serious complications in captive felids. So hence, a periodic examination to diagnose the hair falls should be included along with routine examination schedule in larger felids. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purnima.
Thank you, madam.
Dr. Paude, any comments?
Just one line that was this had inconsistency? Was there any radiography of the remove trichobezoar was done? Invariably, when we cut it into the cross section, the nidus in tricho or phytobezoars, we get it a metallic object. Over a body's protective mechanism is to make concretions over it and protect the GIT from damage. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Doot, any comments?
No. Thank you.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. We will move on to the next presentation, which is successful therapeutic care and management of urinary tract infection caused by Pseudomonas aeruginosa in Bengal tiger by Dr. Vanishri from Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Zoological Park, Karnataka.
Doctor, you have only 5 minutes, so please be quick. Don't waste time in introduction.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Vanishri. I am working in Atal Bihari Vajpayee Zoological Park. Today I am going to present successful therapeutic care and management of urinary tract infection caused by Pseudomonas aeruginosa in Panthera tigris. Introduction. These urinary tract infections are more common in domestic animals. Around 2% of the cats will come across this urinary tract infection in their lifespan, and 27% of the dogs will come across the urinary tract infection. And the reports in case of captive Felix is like very less. A study is conducted in Germany by Johns et al. In 2015. According to them, they have conducted necropsy of 38 large felids, including leopards, lion, and all. Among that, 33 out of 38 large felids shows chronic necropathy. It includes glomerular lesions, tubular alterations, and interstitial nephritis, and etc. Etiology of these urinary tract infection is bacterial, viral, fungal, parasitic, dietary, and idiopathic. Among that, bacterial infections are more common. E. coli infections and staphylococcus infection more commonly induces these urinary tract infections in all the animals. Pseudomonas infections are very less, it will contribute around 1 to 2%. Coming to the history, a 8-year-old male tiger had a history of dullness and inappetence for 2 days. On clinical examination, blood was collected on the second day. CBC examination, there was leukocytosis, around 18,000 leukocytes were there. And there was increased creatinine and bun level. Urine collected, and technically urine has to be collected from the bladder. To avoid the step of sedation, we collected directly from the urethra and subjected to spectrometric analysis. In the urine spectrometric analysis, there was increased leukocytes, blood cells were more, and there were proteins also, and they subjected to this thing, culture and sensitivity. Incubation for 48 hours at 37 degrees Celsius on nutrient agar. The urine culture showed Pseudomonas organisms, and in the culture and sensitivity, it was almost positive to sensitive to almost all the antibiotics. And electrolyte estimation could not be done. Among various antibiotics, it was we selected norfloxacin at 10 mg per kg body weight. It was given, norfloxacin was given 10 mg per kg body weight per oral for 10 days, and fluid therapy oral. On the first day, we had given electrolyte 10% of the body weight, and subsequent day we had given oral electrolytes, and renal supplements we have given. We advised the animal keeper to provide sufficient clean water and electrolyte all the time. After 10 days of oral antibiotic, we examined again for the blood and serum. Creatinine reduced to 5.24 mg per dl and 1 to 74 mg per dl. And urine culture, it was still positive for the Pseudomonas organisms. And we decided to continue antibiotic for 5 more days. On the 15th day, creatinine was reduced to 3.2 mg per dl, and there was no Pseudomonas organisms in the urine culture. So we continued the oral electrolyte after 15 days, and renal supplements for 5 more days. Norfloxacin was given for 15 days per oral at 10 mg per kg body weight. Conclusion, in case of renal infections, the urinary tract infection, selection of suitable antibiotic is very important. So antibiotic has to be selected based on the species. And even though in vitro susceptibility is there, we have to select antibiotic based on its response in the in vivo animal conditions. It has to act in the urinary tract, and oral hydration, renal supplement, they will aid in the recovery. And throughout the course of the treatment, we have to monitor the blood parameters and bacterial count in the urine. And we have to monitor the reoccurrence. Usually the urinary tract infection will reoccur. We have to monitor again. And minimal stress throughout the course is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sir, over to you.
Now then, It's a nice presentation and good attempt it was, but only the FLUTD.
Yes, sir.
Saline lower urinary tract disorder, so one has to be vigilant. Now, Dr. Doot, if you have some question and some suggestion, otherwise we'll call the next presenter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is very surprised to see that the day first, the creatinine was 9.23.
Yes.
And at day 10, it was 5.2, only giving norfloxacillin. It is very surprising result which I have
So
seen.
norfloxacin, first day we are given fluids, 10% of the body weight, and electrolytes.
Agree. Second thing, in the cases of when the creatinine is 9.3, see, you must continuously monitor the total protein.
Yes,
if the
sir.
creatinine level goes above 2, there should be the proteinuria.
Yes,
and
sir.
you have showed it is 0.3 in the urine.
Yes, sir.
It is very less. Third thing, the phosphorus level you have to estimate.
Yes, sir. Electrolyte estimation could not be done. Some technical.
Phosphorus levels, it is always increases, and in these cases, you have to give the phosphorus binders.
Yes, sir.
Third thing, you must estimate the electrolytes.
Okay.
When the creatinine is 9.23, the animal must have the melena. There must be involvement of the GI tract. There must be omission. But you have not mentioned anywhere about the omission or melena.
There was the GI tract disturbance, sir. There was no melena actually. The consistency of fecus was like watery.
Watery, it means that it must contain the blood. It is a tarry color or a black color.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then there should be the omission. And lastly, if the creatinine is 9.23, there should be the anemia. Because erythropoietin secretion is totally hampered in these cases.
Yes.
So don't say blindly giving norfloxacillin 10 mg. It is your luck that animal get cure. So thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you very much for the comments. We'll go on to the next presentation, which is studies on hematobiochemical parameters of captive tigers of Chhattisgarh. Dr. Seema Chelak will present from Wildlife Health and Forensic Center, College of Veterinary Sciences and Animal Husbandry, Chhattisgarh. Dr. Seema?
Ma'am, Dr. Jasmeet, I will be presenting.
Okay, right. Go ahead, Dr. Jasmeet. Go ahead, Dr. Jasmeet.
Dr. Only 5 minutes, please conclude.
We can't hear you, Dr. Jasmeet.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Am I audible, ma'am? Yeah, ma'am.
Yes,
A
now.
very good afternoon to.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon to respected chairman, wants to be my mentor also, and Dr. Gauri. I will be presenting a work done by one of my students regarding
Dr. Jasmeet, you're not audible.
that national pride, it's so regions of our and numerous found to these chemical parameters, and we know to evaluate health of an animal or even a human being needs to be addressed. Please move to next slide, please. So we don't have regarding biochemical
Please mute
profiles
yourself. Dr.
in
Vanashri,
three
you
different
please
zoos, that is
mute
our
yourself.
Bhilai Matribagh Zoo maintained by Village Steel Plant, and our Nandanvan Zoo and Jungle Safari maintained at our capital city Naya Raipur, and at the Bilaspur we have Kan and Pendari Zoo. So this was done there. Then on a routine protocol, this is very easy. We know that the blood sample was collected by squeeze case method. Okay. So when coming to results, what we have done, we have seen a variable significant difference even between the zoos. And what we
Jasmeet, your slides, they are not moving.
Next slide. Next. Dr. Jasmeet.
I think
they feed out of 6 days, they feed 4 days your chivan and 1 day pork and 1 day chicken meat. So these minor alterations which we got, like you can see difference, there were differences. Next slide, please. There were differences. Yeah, here you can see. When you see about the hematocrit value, you can see that Nandanvan was on a bit better side, significantly higher than the Kanan Pandari and Maitri Zoo. Okay. So TEC, PCV, HB all were on higher side in a Nandanvan Zoo. Okay. Then again you can see that on a higher end, but non significantly difference between your Raipur Zoo and Bhilai Zoo, but it was lower in your Maitri Zoo. While the opposite trend was seen in neutrophils, in Maitri Zoo, they had the highest, followed by Nandanvan Zoo and Kanan Pandari. And there was no difference in other lymphocyte, eosinophil, monocyte, or basophil values among these three different zoos. Next, please. When talking about the biochemical parameters, again we could see that. Please move to next slide, please. Yeah. The values of aspartate aminotransferase was highest in Maitri Zoo. No doubt it was not beyond the physiological range, while alanine transaminase was higher in Nandanvan Zoo. Similarly, when talking about alkaline phosphatase, the Maitri had the lowest, while there was no difference between the other two zoos. And then coming to glucose values, the Kanan Pandari Zoo had the highest, followed by Nandanvan and Maitri Zoo. Yeah. Again, talking about cholesterol, Maitri Zoo had the lowest, while bun values, no doubt all of these were within normal limits. It was highest in your Kanan Pandari Zoo, followed by Maitri and Nandanvan Zoo. So, on the basis of these results, what we could conclude that our captive tigers are in good health. Okay, so we needn't worry a lot about the variations in this. Next slide, please. So, next one. talking about future considerations, since we have taken sample once, I would suggest that detailed study regarding its variation. This is variation between zoo. So you can study these thrice in a year or twice in a year or 4 times in a year, so that we can see the variation arising due to effect of season, age, climate, and if we could get any non-invasive techniques so as to monitor the health status of wild tigers, it could have been a better option. Thank you very much. Any queries? I'm ready.
Thank you, Dr. Jasmeet.
Sorry.
Dr. Paude?
These changes to do you, Dr. Jasmeet, do you attribute these changes to the feeding schedule or feeding type of meat being given?
Sir? You are not audible, sir.
Do you attribute these changes to the type of food being given to the animals?
I talked to my biochemistry professor here, but he could say that boiling of meat, like followed in your this Bilai zoo, that can change the glycogen content of the cooked meat sometimes, which can alter or even digestion can be affected. But I talked to the vet over here. He said that they are not cooking it fully. They are just after once the water boils, they boil it for 10 minutes and then they just remove it out, and they let it come to room temperature before feeding it. So our next plan is just to get the meat samples and get the difference, if any difference. I was talking to my director, sir. He said we will analyze with the help of nutrition people and biochemistry people that after they boil, get the sample of meat from there. Then we can do some proximate analysis whether it is having some significant correlation with diet or not. We are assuming this one, but we will need a solid proof to prove it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paude. Dr. Doot, any comments, please?
No comment, please continue.
Thank you very much.
The next.
Yes. The next presentation is by Dr. Piyush Dubey for diagnosis and surgical treatment and recovery of a leopard with thyroid carcinoma. It's a case report. Dr. Piyush? Dr. Piyush Dubey. Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation now, which is management of injection site abscesses following subcutaneous administration of triquin, quinapyramine sulfate and quinapyramine chloride in captive large felids by Dr. Komal Raul from Mumbai Zoo. Dr. Deepika, are you going to present?
Dr. Gauri, call the next presenter then.
Yeah, I'll just check because she's trying to share her screen. Dr. Deepika, can you unmute and... Yes.
Hi.
Go ahead, Dr. Deepika.
Good evening. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, ma'am, you have 5 minutes with you. Please go fast. Okay?
Yeah.
Screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Deepika Valsarajan from Mumbai Zoo. And my topic for today's presentation is management of injection site abscesses following subcutaneous administration of triquin injection in captive felids. So trypanosoma Sarra, which is a hemoprotozoan disease, is endemic in India. In the past, several large felids have died in Indian zoos due to trypanosoma. Therefore, curative as well as prophylactic protocols have been adopted in zoos with high prevalence of the disease. An adult female Royal Bengal tigress at the Mumbai Zoo was diagnosed with trypanosomosis, which was successfully treated using injection triquin. And as a preventive measure, the other 3 felids at the zoo, including a male Royal Bengal tiger and a pair of leopards, were given prophylactic shots of injection triquin subcutaneously. Except the male tiger, the other 3 felids developed injection site abscesses later. In this slide, you can see the different degrees of the wounds which were observed in the animals. A deep pocketed wound with small opening was noticed on the 21st day in the tigress, and a small pocketed wound was noticed on the 28th day in the female leopard, whereas the male leopard had a very small wound on the 41st day. I'll discuss about the management of wound in the male leopard. Since the wound size was really small and not deep, only daily dressing of the wound using nanosil spray, calendula, and Woondox powder was carried out, and oral antibiotic, meloxicam, chymotrypsin, and multivitamins were given. By day 12, the wound had almost healed. In the female leopard, after taking care of the exudate in the wound was sutured, providing a surgical drain. And daily dressing of the surgical site was carried out using nanosil spray and calendula ointment. Oral antibiotic, meloxicam, and chymotrypsin were also given. By day 45, the wound had considerably reduced in size. Coming to management of wound in the Royal Bengal tigress, since the wound was infected, our initial approach was to dress the wound every day using mupirocin ointment, Woondox powder, and nanosil spray. Parenteral antibiotic, meloxicam, and oral chymotrypsin multivitamins were also given. After the infection and the discharge subsided, the wound was sutured, keeping a surgical drain. However, here, as you see, because of tension at the suture site, whenever the tigress would sit on sternal recumbency, the sutures broke and the wound size increased. Therefore, we used chitosan as a dressing material inside the wound pocket. I'll just share a video right now. Here we are using the chitosan dressing material. We are putting it inside the wound pocket. And this was done every alternate days till the pocket size had reduced. So in the first picture, this is the picture after repeated dressings with chitosan. The wound pocket had completely reduced. And later we switched to ozone therapy, wherein ozonized olive oil was used for dressing the wound every day. And the third picture is taken after 10 days of ozone therapy. You can see the reduced size of the wound. So the outcomes were as follows. Daily dressing of the wound healed the wound completely in the male leopard, considering the size of the wound. Whereas surgical intervention and daily wound dressing reduced the wound size and also prevented scarring in the female leopard. And surgical intervention, chitosan dressing reduced the wound pocket, and ozone therapy reduced the wound size in the Royal Bengal tigress. Here you can see different, you can see the before and after pictures of the wounds. You can also notice that in the leopards, in both the leopards, there is no scarring and the fur has also grown on the wound areas. However, in the tigress, the wound healing process is still in progress.
Doctor, please, running short of time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So coming to the discussion, the causes of injection site abscesses are because of the drug, which can be irritant. And if these drugs are not diluted properly or administered properly, it can lead to abscesses. Different managemental approaches can be adopted depending on the size of the wound and the gravity of the wound. Antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, absorbent, and wound healing properties of chitosan are very useful to treat such abscesses. And ozone therapy, which is an upcoming method in veterinary practice, can also be used to treat such wounds. So to summarize, surgery, chitosan dressing, ozone therapy, and daily wound dressing were found to be effective in management of injection site abscesses in 3 large felids resulting from subcutaneous administration of injection triquin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepika. Dr. Paude, any comments?
Nothing to add, but really, these people are very lucky that the wounds and the drains were not mutilated and eaten away by the animals. Thank you so much.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to Dr. Deepika.
Deepika, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
What was the site of giving, at what site you have given the triquin?
Sir, on the flank.
That is the reason. See, triquin in Felids, it is advocated to give in the pause. It may be a fat, yeah, it may be a fat necrosis. Second thing, you are telling that it is abscess, but I think it is a, Dr. Paude can highlight it. It is a, I think it is a ulcerative wounds.
Okay.
So
Okay,
whenever
sir.
there is a, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paude, Dr. Deepika. Thank you very
An
much.
iatrogenic, if we are not mixed the drug properly, it occurs in horses as well.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
it's a very common thing. Okay, thank you so much. Now,
you,
Dr. Gauri, please call the next presenter.
Yes. The next presentation is by Dr. Nikita Salian from on management of renal disease through renal supplements and dietary management in Bengal tiger. Dr. Nikita. We move on to the next presentation. Surgical and post-operative management of leopards for emergency tail amputation, Dr. Sujay from Tiger and Lion Safari, Karnataka.
Doctor, please unmute and unshare. Mute and unshare.
We'll move on to the next presentation, which is foreign body obstruction in the oral cavity of a Bengal tiger with Dr. Motkare presenting from Maharaj Bagh Zoo, Maharashtra. Right. Okay. Sir, we'll go back to the 2 presentations that could not be shown. Yes. Otitis externa, successful medical management in a wild-caught tiger. I'll request Vivekji from the CZA office, if you could please share the screen for him. Dr. Ramesha, we will share the screen for you. Just give me a moment to organize that. Yeah.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Actually, the topic is otitis externa as a successful medical management in wild-caught tiger. Coming to the introduction, otitis externa is an inflammation of the external ear canal lining, which is common in both domestic cats and also wild big cats.
Dr. Ramesha, please keep the introduction. come to the case.
Okay. Coming to the case study, a male wild rescued tiger aged about 11 years of body weight of 170 kgs had a history of drooping of right ear with severe head shaking behavior with reduced appetite. On close physical examination, we found that inflammatory swelling on the right ear canal with excess pus discharge from the ear canal and pain and palpation at the base of the ear was observed. And the body temperature, the rectal body temperature was 103.1 degree Fahrenheit with no other vital parameter abnormalities. And no clinical abnormalities were noticed in the left ear. Only unilateral right ear was affected. And samples for cytology, that is from the external auditory ear canal, were taken using the sterile cotton swabs. And this cytology revealed presence of Staphylococcus intermediate organisms. And blood examination revealed leukocytosis with neutrophilia, and we diagnosed it as a otitis externa. And the treatment protocol followed was the animal was restrained under the squeeze cage restraint method without giving any anesthesia or the sedation. And first we have cleaned the external ear canal. Initially it was flushed with the 0.9% normal saline, and then using 100 ml of metronidazole mixed with the 10 ml of 5% povidone solution was used for the thorough rinsing and cleaning of the ear canal. And this procedure was repeated every alternate days for the 7 days. And then ear drops containing the dexamethasone and ciprofloxacin was injected instilled topically inside the ear canal twice a day for 7 days, and routine long-acting antibiotic injection enrofloxacin for a course and analgesic injection meloxicam at the dose rate of 0.2 mg per kg body weight were given for 3 days. Sorry.
Please conclude.
Yeah, sir. 1 second, sir. Actually, that PPT has gone. 1 second.
Without PPT also, you can tell us the outcome.
Yeah. And that animal was completely that we get the result around 10 days of the treatment, and in conclusion we can do the examination and treatment of the wild animal we are affected with the ear canal without the sedation. We can do the treatment, and topical and also the systemic application of the antibiotics which results in the good recovery from the cases.
Dr. Ramesha, one small observation.
Yeah, sir.
Either please don't use povidone because the standard text says that it is ototoxic. Otherwise, use it but don't publish it anywhere.
Okay, sir. Diluted povidone we can't use, sir.
0.5 or 1%.
Yes, sir. 5% povidone solution was mixed with 100 ml of metronidazole solution.
0.5%.
5% solution. 10 ml of 5% povidone solution was used in mixed with the 100 ml of metronidazole solution. We directly won't use the 5% povidone solution, sir.
Dr. Dhoot, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Better way,
Please put.
Ramesh ji, whenever you get the otitis cases,
yes, sir,
go for antibiotic sensitivity test and cultural
yes,
isolation.
Okay.
There are real number of the organism.
Yes.
Fortunately, it may be because of the gram-negative organism. That's why the enrofloxacin has given the results.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Gauri, the next presenter, please.
Sir, we have come to the end. We finished all our presentations that were lined up. I think some of the presenters are not able to present because of emergencies. So we have come to the end of our session. So I'll request you to kindly give us a few closing remarks, Dr. Paude, and then from the co-chair, Dr. Dhoot.
So thank you so much. Out of the 22, only 14 have been presented, I hope. 14 or 15, I should say. No, 14 only. 14 abstracts were presented, and one good on SARS-CoV, and one management on that the style of presentation was very nice by that Pymetra management. Then it's a good experience for the novice to have cytogenesis in that tiger, which they could not, plus that cesarean section of Delhi Zoo of a Nirbhaya tiger, white tigress, which generated a lot of debate on breed or not to breed white tigers. As per CZA guidelines, we must have attractive specimens in the display, but then whether to breed again is a debatable thing. Then Dr. Vijay Kumar's laparotomy. These are all, and yes, these are generating lot of enrichment in our brains to treat, because no standard text can give this in our situations and our conditions. Normally we imitate what people do at the West, but then as I have said in my opening remarks, we don't have a standard operating procedure, SOPs. That is why this is a database, and I am very much thankful to CZA. We should have this type of, and also to COVID, because if it would not have been there, we would not have arranged this webinar. And then interaction among the people, cross questioning, generate a lot of interest. And that's what in my opening remark I said, that there must be what I can say, refresher courses and sharing of experiences. And that is why that artificial intelligence, that was a good generation. That if I am sitting here in UP, I can interact with somebody there in Kerala and share their experience. And I have repeated that perfection is the privilege of Almighty alone. Nobody is perfect except the Almighty God. So there is no harm. Even if I am 60-year-old man, I should not hesitate to learn from somebody who is 27-year-old sitting in the Bombay Zoo. Thank you so much. I hope the style, the numbers will be given by the organizers for the presenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paude, for chairing the session and all your valuable inputs throughout. Dr. Doot, some comments from you, please?
So, good evening all. Respected Dr. Paude, sir, Principal Scientist, Division of Surgery and Radiology, and in charge Wildlife Cell, and was the chairman for today's session on health management and interventions in large felids. Dr. Gauri very nicely acted as a reporter. I am extremely satisfied with the content and presentation in the session. I consider myself fortunate to have been invited for such scientific interactions. All presenters have excellently presented their work. I appreciate the spirit and dedication of all veterinarians who have tried their best to alleviate the pain and suffering in these wild felids. Total 22 abstracts were there. Out of these, 12 authors they have presented, and once again I request, whenever the presenter they submit the abstract, they must present it. See, criticism it should be taken in the light way. We are all in the learning stage, as rightly pointed out by Paude sir. Nobody is perfect. Even I am working in wildlife since last 20 years. Every time we are getting new cases. Every time we are facing some new problems. So sharing of knowledge is one thing that must be from the ground level to top level and top level to ground level. Then and then only we can develop a good protocols or SOP in ailing in or treating the animals. Second thing, more emphasize, I know there are a lot of constraints in either in the zoo or in the free ranging animal while treating the cases. But as far as possible, we can take the help of the human pathologist so that we can generate the data, we can have a good conclusion, we can have a good prognosis, we can decide the line of treatment, we can share the pathological findings with our colleagues. So we can develop something. Unless and until we should have a broad mind, then and then only we can grow in a good manner. Thank you very much. I must thank Central Zoo Authority, the DM Gorewada project and Director WRTC for giving me this opportunity to interact. I apologize my words if I hurt anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paude. Dr. Doot, thank you very much for your comments and for taking the time and for sharing all your valuable inputs and experiences with the presenters. I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Sujit for some announcements. Dr. Sujit.
Thank you, madam. Good evening to all. We have had a wonderful session with two very dynamic chairs and vice chairs. As a memento of appreciation for them, we have designed a memento, and I request Dr. Gauri to please share it. So we'll be shortly posting this to Dr. Paude, sir.
Thank you so much.
Can we display the one we have designed for Paude, sir?
Thank you so much.
Next.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next slide. It's on the screen, Dr. Sujit.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you so much. So tomorrow we will be starting our proceedings with the conservation biotechnology and forensic investigation session at 10:30. Do we confirm that, madam?
Yes, that's fine.
So then that is all that we have from here this evening, and we'll see all our participants tomorrow on the 4th of June. Anything to add, madam?
No, nothing. Thank you all very, very much to the entire Gorewada team, to everybody at CZA for helping through this entire session. For all the people who have attended the session, both here on WebEx and on YouTube, and we look forward to having a good participation tomorrow as well. Thank you and have a very good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much, my rapporteur. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.